All right, we are live. We are live. We are live. Let me let the chat know that we're live. And thank you for confirmation, Lauren, that you can hear and see everything. And welcome, everybody. Happy weekend. Happy Saturday/Sunday, depending where in the world you are. And welcome to today's public bullet journaling live stream, which is going to be my November plan with me. Somehow, we are approaching the end of October. This is very typical for the end of the year. It just goes by crazy fast. And that means that we have to start thinking about November. So today, since it is the final weekend of the month of October, I'm going to be spending today setting up my November bullet journal spreads. I'm going to be setting up all of my monthly spreads with you guys today. We're going to be live for 5 to 6 hours, and it is going to be a very relaxing and fun and productive bullet journaling live stream. If you are in the chat, don't forget to switch over from top chat to live chat so you're not missing out on any of the conversation. It might also be switching from top messages to all messages. The setting can sometimes be called different things, but you should find that setting towards the top of your chat window. So that way, again, YouTube doesn't filter out any of the chat and you're not missing out on any of the conversation. What else for the start of the stream? Oh, you might notice if you haven't been in my Patreon live streams this last week, YouTube has made this awful change to the live streams where everybody's username is shown instead of your display name. I hate this change because it means that I have to ask more what your actual names are unless you have your name in your username. It's just harder for me to address you guys by your names like I like to. Fortunately, I'm familiar with lots of people in the community. So for a lot of you guys, I know what your names are, but I will most likely be asking a little bit more often, especially if you're new here, what you would like me to call you. And at first, I will just kind of call people by certain shortened versions of their usernames. Very annoying. I'm hoping that YouTube changes their mind about this and changes it to where I can turn off this setting. I looked into it, and the reason that they did this is to make it so that people can't impersonate others, since you can make your display name whatever you want, while the usernames that are displayed now are unique to each person. It basically makes it so in live streams, people can't change their picture and their display name and look like somebody else. That is not an issue in our live streams. So I do hope that they make it so I can change that setting. But in the meantime, we will have to get used to seeing everybody's usernames. So with that being said, I'm going to go through the chat and say hello to everybody before we get started and before we get into the bullet journal setup today. I see what looks like a new name in the chat. Miss Acampo. Miss Acampo said, I'm an author who recently published my young adult urban fantasy novel. Welcome in, Miss Acampo. I'm so excited to see you here. Am I saying it right? Is it Acampo or Ocampo? Let me know if I can pronounce it better. But we have lots of avid readers in this chat, and we also have some other writers and authors as well. So I'm sure that you will be getting some new readers, especially since you recently published a young adult urban fantasy novel. That sounds like it's very much up this group's alley. So feel free to self-promote in the chat, Miss Acampo. Let people know how to find your book, what it's called. I assume maybe if you just look up Miss Ocampo Writes, maybe we'd find it that way. But feel free to let people know how to find you. And there we go. It's called My Ex is a Vampire by M.S. Ocampo. It's on Amazon. I love that. What a great title. Instantly hooked in. So that is amazing. Um, okay, so let me scroll up, say hello to everybody. Hello, Emily, Aubrey, Ashley. Um, I see, Ashley, that you are setting up your new office and you should be getting your missing power cord before your first meeting. I'm so excited for you and your new job. And I saw in the chat too that Diana from Creating a Happier Me has the very good news of that she also got a job. I know that you have been job hunting for a long time, Diana. That is so exciting. I'm so happy for you. What a relief. And how amazing that so many people in our community are having jobs finally come to them after searching. If you are also in the job hunting stage of life right now, I hope that this good job luck kind of sprinkles across all of you. So, congratulations to Ashley and Diana for their new jobs. Hi, Karen and Peyton. Welcome in. Karen wants to know, what is everybody up to? Karen is working on December in her journals. I also want to know what everybody's up to today. Let me know what you're working on while you're watching today. If you're working on your journal, some other craft, if you're being productive, doing some housework or cleaning or working, or maybe you are just straight up chilling. Let me know. And let me know what you're drinking in the chat as well. I am sipping on my Arizona green tea. Let me pop that open and take a sip. Continuing to scroll in the chat. Hello, Rebecca and Robin. Peyton is folding laundry. Love it. That's a perfect Saturday productive activity. Let's see. Hello to who else is here? Tammy. Hello, Tammy. What is everybody else working on? Aubrey said Karen's an overachiever for doing December because she hasn't even gotten November done. If you are also not yet set up for November, take this as a great opportunity to set up November along with me today. So, hello, Tammy. Hello, Leslie. Welcome in. Hello, Diana. Hello, Emily. Hello, Maritza. Hello, Solar. Welcome, welcome. AKA a chapter ahead. So happy to see you. And again, hello to Miss Acampo. Welcome in. I'm just continuing to scroll in the chat and saying hello to everybody before we get started on my November plan with me today. Hello, Anya. Welcome, welcome. Hello, Jordan and Amanda. Hello, Rabarella. Hello, Mona Lisa. Here on time again. You're on a roll. So happy to see you right at the start of the stream. Hi, Vicky. Welcome in. Hi, Jada. Hi, Chantal. Chantal said, I won't be able to watch long because I'm going to my hometown CFL game. I hope you have a blast. Glad you can at least pop in for a little bit. Hi, Nakia. Welcome in. Yes, I did. I've had an absolutely crazy last week and a half, 2 weeks. I did end up having emergency surgery about a week ago. I'm not going to get into details here, but if you are interested in hearing about what happened, there is a free Patreon live stream. You can just join Patreon for free to get access to it. It's the live stream from Thursday. I explain the whole story, trigger warning for things like pregnancy loss and ectopic pregnancy. That kind of gives you a gist of what happened. But again, I'm not going to get into the whole story now. I'm not going to get into details here because I did already have that whole conversation during that free Patreon live stream. So if you are interested in hearing about that, again, you can just join the free Patreon tier and watch the live stream from Thursday. But it's a little bit of a doozy. So only go and watch that if you feel like you're mentally okay to do so. But long story short, I'm okay. Everything's okay. I'm recovering well. I'm really happy to be getting back into my routine and to be back in the swing of things. But thank you so much for asking, Nakia. I really appreciate all of the good thoughts and good vibes and prayers that were coming my way over the last week and a half. So I'm excited and happy to be back since I wasn't streaming at all last week. I really missed you guys last weekend as well. So I'm really happy to be back to a public stream this weekend and getting to set up my bullet journal with you guys. Hi, Heather. Welcome in. I'm still just scrolling in the chat saying hello to everybody. Hello, Donna. Welcome, welcome. Hello to, oh, I love it. Miss Ocampo said about her book, just so you know, the vampires are the bad guys. No romanceable vampires in this book. I love that. You're like, this is no Edward Cullen we're talking about. These are bad guy vampires, the true monsters that they were meant to be. I love the caveat. You're like, this isn't a vampire rom-com. It's more like Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Oh, I love that. I love that comparison. I love me some Buffy. And the main characters are vampire hunters. That sounds so much fun. I have no doubt that you're going to have some people in this group looking that book up and reading it. That really sounds like it's up this group's alley. Hello, that's life 1012. Welcome in. You're here for a few minutes before you go run some errands. Let me know what to call you. I see you have an S as your picture, so I'm guessing you're somebody whose name starts with an S, but you're a username that isn't giving me any hints. So let me know who you are. I'm like, who are we missing? Who can start with an S? Sabina? Are you Sabina? Maybe. I hate these new usernames, but we'll get used to it. Fortunately, my memory is pretty good with remembering your guys' names and usernames, so I should get the hang of it pretty quick. Hello, Lisa. Welcome in. So happy to have you. Hello, Jade. Welcome, welcome. You just started getting into bullet journaling. Well, this is the perfect community to be in. Welcome, Jade. I hope that today's setup can give you some ideas and some inspiration for your new bullet journaling journey. Hello, Child Dev. Welcome in. Hello to Adriana. Welcome, welcome. And oh, Sophie, thank you. You said, I have no idea why my name is showing up as my high school AIM address, but it's Sophie. I love that. High school, that's life. Very classic. And I know this new change YouTube's made where it's showing usernames instead of display names. It's awful. I hope they change it. But in the meantime, I will have it locked in. That's life. Sophie. Almost at the bottom of the chat and done with my hellos. Hi, Carrie. Welcome in. Anya said, I'm curled up on the sofa with a blanket, fire in the oven, and a cup of hot chocolate, hiding away from the dark and wet weather outside. Anya, that sounds like the most snuggly, cozy, perfect fall image. Just you snuggled up with your hot chocolate and a blanket and a fire. I love it. It's giving me such cozy vibes. Perfect live stream watching vibes. Hi, Kimberly. Welcome in. Miss Ocampo said, I started setting up November in my bullet journal. Love to hear it. Jordan said, you're going to carve pumpkin later. So fun. Hi, Christina. Welcome in. Hi, Bailiff. Welcome in as well. And I think I'm almost at the bottom of the chat. Donna said, I'm not pro Edward Cullen, but vamps can be nice too. You're like, excuse me, fair representation. There are some nice vamps. They're not all bad. And Miss Ocampo said, I'm a huge Spike fangirl with regards to Buffy falling in love with both Spike and Angel. It is true. You know, vampires can be dual-sided. They can also be romantic. Hi, Haley. Welcome in. Hello, Shalia from Texas. Am I saying that right? Shalia? I like wanted to say Sheila at first, but then I'm like, wait, no. The letters are in a different order. Shalia? Is that how I'm pronouncing your name? But welcome in from Texas. So happy to have you here. And I've made it to the bottom of the chat. Oh, Lisa said that the video is frozen. Is it frozen for anybody else? Or is it just Lisa? And hi, Lisa, by the way. So happy to see you. Mona Lisa said, I barely journaled at all in October, and I should be getting November ready though. You know, Mona Lisa, sometimes you just have to take a little break, and that's okay. Don't feel bad about not journaling throughout this month. Okay, it looks like Lisa is the only one frozen. Others are not. So that might be an issue on your end, Lisa. I hope that everything starts working again for you. Maybe give it a little refresh. And just like that, we have made it to the bottom of the chat. I have said hello to everybody, and we are ready to get started. I just have to say thank you all so much for being here and choosing to spend part of your weekend with me. I am so excited to get into things today and start setting up my November bullet journal spreads. If you were here for my October plan with me, then you would have seen me set up my October bullet journal spreads with this oh my God, what am I trying to say? Orange. I was saying pastel and then purple. No, orange, pastel, orange, pumpkin theme. I used my autumn pumpkin sticker collection for this setup, along with watercolors for this cover spread. And I absolutely loved how this setup turned out. Despite this month being a shit show, to put it frankly, with what happened in my personal and medical life, my bullet journal has been a rock for me through it. I've been doing a lot of like true journaling in here the last month through the good and the bad. I have like a whole spread back here where I've just been kind of like jotting down updates throughout um, this whole month and everything that's happened. I really loved my monthly spreads this month. I really got good use out of my calendar. I've been loving my monthly favorites page here and the movies list at the bottom. I ran out of room on my movie list though. We've been watching all of the scary horror and Halloween movies, and I ran out of room. So I might even today, I have this empty page here. I think I might use this page as a continuation of my Halloween movie list because I've watched some more movies since the last one on here that I don't want to forget about because I've been watching some really good ones. So we might end up doing a little bit. Oh, you know what? Karen just said do a tip in. That might be the answer. You're so right. I can just do a little tip in. Okay. I don't think I've hardly ever done any tip ins in my journal. I think I'm going to do that, Karen. It can be a good excuse to show other people how if you come across something similar where you run out of room, we'll make a little tip in section, which you'll see what that is when we get to it. But I've really been loving this spread with the gratitude and the favorites and the movies watched. It's been really fun updating this throughout the month. After that, I've got my live stream schedule and my brain dump, which has also been great. And then from there, I go into my October weekly spreads, which have also been serving me very well. I also have some more just kind of like journaling, plain journaling here. I got a weekly spread here that was for last week. And then I also did some junk journaling. This junk journaling was honestly a lifesaver. I was doing this when I was waiting on some really nerve-wracking phone calls from doctors, and I just like needed to do something to not go crazy and to keep my brain occupied without it being anything like strenuous. I have to say that this was like the perfect mind uh occupying activity during that time. Highly recommend if you're stressing the fuck out and you need some way to just calm your brain, just do some like low key junk journaling. I did these 2 pages while I was waiting for phone calls with some little bits that I've been saving for junk journaling recently. And this was just exactly what I needed. So I did 2 spreads of junk journaling, which I absolutely love. Got some very cute little memories saved on these 2 spreads, some letters from you guys, some letter from my grandparents, a picture of Emily and Karen from when they visited me earlier this month, and some other bits and pieces here. This is actually a sticker that Emily made, which is so cool, along with the butterfly as well. But yeah, loved doing the junk journaling. Hi, Becca. Welcome in. Then as a part of the junk journaling, I also had this random photo here which is a photo that Jake and I took. It's a part of our art gallery that we opened this month. So I stuck that in here as well. This is this empty page I have. I'm not sure what I'm really going to do there. Might save it for more junk journaling later. And then finally, this is my current weekly. I just set this up during that free Patreon live stream that was on Thursday. So if you want to see me set this up after I tell the whole story of the surgery I had last week and all of that, that's all part of the same stream. But yeah, been loving my journal this month. Again, it's really felt like a rock for me. I've been using it very consistently, and not just for planning, but for this memory keeping, for like long form journaling, which has been really nice and really helpful. So it's been a great month in my journal. I'm really excited for November. I'm excited to carry forward some of the things I really liked about this monthly setup into this new month. And I'm really excited about the theme that I am going with for November. I was talking with my patrons during the last live stream about wondering like what theme I was going to use. I was going a little bit back and forth, but I ended up being inspired by somebody who said that they're using the Apple Harvest sticker collection. And this morning, if you saw my Instagram story, I was getting coffee at the same place I get coffee every day. And Jake and I were sitting outside reading, and the little shop next door, the woman came outside and was like, "Does anybody want a free ice cream sundae?" Is Luna coming in here?
Her feeder was out of food.
Oh, that's so mean.
So she was just sitting next to it.
She didn't get
I know,
lunch.
so that's why I was wondering. I was like, why are you still sitting next to this thing? I went over and it was empty, so I went up and got some food, and so she's eating now.
Okay, so she'll be in here shortly. Oh no, Luna.
But normally she screams a lot louder. So
I know.
she got like a little
I think because it seemed like she ate after lunch went off.
Yeah, maybe it was like half.
I'm glad you noticed, so she didn't starve to death.
She was gonna go crazy.
Could you guys hear that? Luna's feeder ran out of food, so Jake said that she was standing near her feeder, looking very puzzled. And that's why she didn't come in here for the live stream. So her feeder has been refilled. Don't worry. I think she only maybe missed half a lunch portion. That's all it takes for her to be upset. So Luna is being fed. That means that she will be coming in here shortly to hang out with us. But anyways, what I was saying, this morning, sitting, having coffee, reading our books outside, and the lady who works at the little shop next door came out and was like, "Does anybody want a free ice cream sundae?" And it was like 10 a.m. Nobody was saying yes. And I'm like, I raised my hand. I'm like, yeah, yes. I said on my story, if the universe tells you to eat ice cream for breakfast, you don't ask any questions. You just shut up and open your mouth and eat that ice cream. So she brought me this. She said they were doing like a photo shoot for the menu. And she made this. Oh my God, it was so good. It was like my ideal ice cream sundae. It was an apple pie ice cream sundae. So it was like vanilla ice cream, warm, cooked apples, whipped cream. Oh, it was so good. But that then, when I got home and was trying to think about what theme I wanted to use for this month, it just seemed like a sign that I had to do the apple harvest theme, which is an apple pie theme, essentially. So it just really was a sign from the universe that apple pies are a good omen for this next month. Oh, it was so good. Highly recommend treating yourself and having an ice cream sundae for breakfast one of these days. And it really was like the perfect breakfast ice cream sundae. It had apples. It was a little bit healthy, you know? So I grabbed my Apple Harvest sticker kit. This is a 3-sheet, $5 sticker kit you can find in my shop, PlanningWithKay.com. And to go with it, I also grabbed my Woodland monthly kit. This is another fall, kind of fall themed kit, whose colors really nicely match the Apple Harvest kit. It's like a perfect combination with the matching colors. So I also grabbed this to mix up the theme a little bit. So I'll be combining the Woodland and the Apple Harvest monthly kits. And then I grabbed some other sticker sheets to just kind of match the colors of this theme. I grabbed some circles in case I want to use these. These are the green, brown, and yellow and orange circle and sparkle sheets from my shop. I also grabbed a couple sheets of my horizontal washi strips in yellow, green, and brown. I grabbed the changing leaves decorative sheet. This is from my fall leaves collection, but this single sheet of changing leaves also is a perfect match for both of these fall sticker kits. I also grabbed the decorative sheet for the apple collection, which is autumn apples, and the decorative sheet for the woodland collection, which is the ferns and fawns. And finally, I grabbed a self-care bingo sticker sheet because I'm not 100% sure if we're going to end up using this, but I felt like maybe November would be a good month to bring some self-care bingo back. So that is what I got collected together for this November setup. We are leaning in a really cozy fall direction with the apple harvest and woodland kits. And then I have a variety of other sticker sheets here to match and help out with the rest of the setup. So that is the plan for today. I also, because I enjoyed creating this October cover spread so much, I also got my watercolors out, and I think it will be fun to do a cover spread again with some watercolors and some watercolor illustrations, just like I did here. So that is the plan. That is the plan for today. Fall theme, apple pie, woodland, watercolors. We're going to be setting up my November bullet journal spreads for today. Kristen said, I'm still waiting for 2026 stickers. So 2026 stickers will be up in my shop in November. But if you want a head start on your November or on your New Year planning, I highly recommend joining my Patreon sticker subscription this month. This month, the sticker collection is a fully functional collection with 2026 in mind. So everybody, I hear Luna wants to come in now. That means she finished her lunch. Get in here. Get in here. You ate your lunch? You're happy now? You're happy now? Luna's here. Everything's right, huh? Everything's right with the world. You got your lunch. Daddy figured out that you were out of food. Okay. Don't pull my shirt down, please. And get in your cart. There you go. Here you go. So as I was saying, this month, if you join my Patreon at the $15 or up levels, you'll be joining the sticker subscription tiers where you get stickers sent out every month. This month, if you join any time before the end of October, you'll receive this functional sticker collection, which includes 2026 calendars. Everybody in the sticker tiers will receive the calendars. And if you join the $30 or higher up levels, this is the Patreon exclusive sheet for this collection, which includes 2026 headers, a This Journal Belongs To sticker for the inside of your journal, some weather icons. Some other sticker sheets in this collection are the new journal starter kit. This is also what every person in the sticker delivery tiers will receive, so including $15 patrons and above. So you'll get the 3-sheet new journal starter kit, the 2026 calendars, and the bulletin board notes. This is the $15 Patreon rewards. And then as you go up each tier, you get more stickers. So the other sheets in this collection are the vertical monthly headers, the everyday icons. These are both available starting at the $25 tier. The $30 tier will then be receiving the that Patreon exclusive sheet I showed here, along with this sheet of health and wellness icons and headers. This has been highly requested. The $40 tier will then be receiving this weekly starter kit. That's a 2-sheet kit with everything you could need to set up 4 weekly bullet journal spreads. So we've got sheet 1 and sheet 2. That $40 tier will also come with the monthly and quarterly tabs, a bonus sheet of the mixed banners, and finally, the $50 tier will be getting a holographic die cut sticker that looks like this. It's going to be roughly the same size as this sparkly sticker that's on the front of my journal. I made this with the intention of putting it on the front of a journal. So it says happiness comes from within. And the $50 tier will also receive this month's postcard, which looks like this and says, sometimes you forget that you're awesome. So here's your reminder. And this will be a postcard that you can paste in your journal or send to somebody printed front and back. So that is this month's Patreon rewards. If you are looking forward to my 2026 stickers, joining this month's Patreon sticker subscription is the fastest way to get some new functional 2026 stickers in your hands. These will be shipping out in the beginning of November, so very soon. So if you would like to receive this functional sticker collection, you can join my Patreon at the $15 or higher tiers anytime in October. The cutoff is 11:59 p.m. Pacific time on October 31st. So the Patreon cutoff times are always Pacific time. And once it hits midnight on November 1st, that will be when you can no longer qualify for this month's Patreon rewards. All of these stickers will be listed in my sticker shop later in November if you end up wanting to purchase these separate from the sticker subscription. So that is it as far as the updates about this month's Patreon rewards and 2026 stickers, since Kristen mentioned that she's excited and waiting for 2026 stickers to be available. I think we've had some more people join in while I've been talking, by the way. I see Fatima's here and how am I going to pronounce this? Yuntie, maybe? I could just call you Yoon too, but with the usernames, it's hard for me to know exactly what to call people now. Let me know if I pronounced it right the first time. And hi, Becca. Welcome in, by the way. Who else has joined in? Mars is here as well. Kimberly said, I've been on the fence about whether to do a combo of Cozy Cabin, Kay's Cafe, and the baking kit for November, and I'm taking this as a sign to say yes to all three. Yes, do the triple combo, Kimberly. That sounds so much fun. Let's see. Anybody else join in while I was yapping? Anna is here. Hi, Anna. Welcome in. Okay, so we're ready to get into my November setup. We got my theme picked out. We have the plan laid out. But before we do, we have some sticker fairies in the chat today. We have one sticker fairy specifically who has sent me two $10 gift cards to my sticker shop that she would like to give away to you guys. And that sticker fairy is Anya. Thank you so much, Anya, for sending in these gift cards to give away today to two people in the live stream chat. Hi, Marlene. Hi, Amor or Shell. Welcome in. Hi, Sandy. Welcome, welcome. Becca just upgraded her Patreon tier. Thank you so much, Becca. I'm so excited to hear that. Yanni, perfect. Welcome in. Okay, so Anya has sent two $10 gift cards to give away to you guys today. If you're new to these live streams and you haven't been here for a giveaway before, this is how it works. This has become a long-standing tradition in these live streams that basically every single stream, somebody ends up buying gift cards from my sticker shop, planningwithkay.com, and then they send me through Instagram message screenshots of the gift cards to give away. And then I just facilitate the giveaway in the chat. Everybody is welcome to enter these giveaways. And the way that it works is when I say ready, set, go, if you would like to enter the giveaway, all you'll need to do is type in one number into the chat between 1 and 150, because this is going to be a pick a random number giveaway. So I'll say ready, set, go. Everybody will type in one number into the chat between 1 and 150. And then once everybody has gotten their entry in, I use a random number generator to find our winners. If you end up winning, all you have to do to claim your gift card is send me an Instagram message. If you don't have Instagram, that's okay. We'll just do it through email instead. But you just send me a message and then I respond to you with your gift card. And I see that we have another sticker fairy in the chat. If I got to turn my volume up, I'm not sure if you heard the cha-ching, but Peyton is our second sticker fairy today. And Peyton just purchased two more $10 gift cards to give away to you guys today. So we have four $10 gift cards that we're going to be giving away in just a moment. I also, while I'm in my Instagram messages, I have to share Lauren's kitty Luna, who is sitting on top of her planner, not being helpful at all in helping you set up your planner for the week. But oh my goodness, she is cute, isn't she? The adorable Luna. We love Luna cats in this room. I'm going to share that to my story because the whole world should see the adorable Luna. Also, Jordan just tagged me in this gorgeous weekly spread. Hang on, let me adjust my brightness here. This absolutely gorgeous weekly spread using the pumpkin themes from my shop as well. Absolutely love how that turned out. And I love how you used the gingham background printable from the strawberry theme that you downloaded from Patreon and maybe recolored it to be a little bit more orange. It's hard to tell, but I love how that turned out, Jordan. Thank you so much for sharing with me. Okay, so I'm just waiting for the other two gift cards from Peyton to arrive in my inbox. I trust that they will in a moment. And yep, there they are. Let me save all four of these gift cards and then we will start our giveaway. So we are giving away 4 $10 gift cards to my sticker shop, planningwithkay.com. These are gift cards that you can use at any time. You can hang on to them and save them for the perfect moment, or you can use them right away. They do not expire. And if you win one of these, all you do to use them is you type in the 16-digit code into the coupon code section when checking out in my shop. So 4 people today are going to win a $10 gift card to my sticker shop. $10, by the way, is enough to get you 2 of my 3-sheet monthly kits, which are each $5, or it's enough to get you like 3 single sheets for $3.50 plus like an extra 50 cents or so. If you join my free Patreon tier, you can also find a free shipping code there if you are sneaky and want to go find some extra discount codes or free shipping codes. So, if you would like to enter this giveaway, this is what you have to do. When I say ready, set, go, if you would like to enter the giveaway, all you have to do is type in one number into the chat between 1 and 150. We're going to have 4 winners for this giveaway, which means up to 4 people can guess the same number and still potentially all win. I always go in order of my chat. So if I pick a winning number and multiple people have chosen that number, I'll go in order of priority of my chat. So, for example, if the last winning number is chosen and multiple people chose that number, only the first person in my chat will win. So once we get all the numbers in the chat, I usually give you guys a few minutes to look through and see if anybody guessed your same number. And I give you guys time to change your guess if you need to. So no worries if you end up choosing a duplicate number and need to change your guess, that's totally okay. And we give time for that at the end. So one more time, we are about to do a giveaway. We're going to be giving away 4 $10 gift cards to my sticker shop, donated by our 2 lovely sticker fairies, Anya and Peyton, who are sprinkling their sticker magic into the live stream chat today. The number is going to be between 1 and 150. So when I say ready, set, go, just type in one number into the chat between 1 and 150, and you will be entered to win a gift card. Okay? So, with all of that being said, if you are going to enter this giveaway to win a $10 sticker gift card, get your number in mind, get your typing fingers ready, and ready, set, go. Go ahead and type in one number into the chat between 1 and 150. Now is your time to enter the giveaway. Everybody here is welcome to enter. It is easy to enter, easy to win, and easy to claim your gift card. So everybody here is welcome to enter. And once again, to enter, you're just going to type in one number into the chat between 1 and 150. I'm going to give you guys time to type in your numbers and to double check that if you want to change your guess, if multiple people have chosen your same number. An easy way to check is, if you're on a computer at least, is to hit Command F or Control F and look up your number. It will then search for that number and tell you if anybody else has picked that same number. And I will let you guys know. If you need to know who chose it first, just ask me and I'll let you know. So I'm going to take a look through the chat right now as well and just see if there's any duplicate numbers that I'm seeing right away. And you guys let me know if you see any duplicate numbers. Give you guys a little bit of time to pick your numbers or change your numbers if need be. And once again, if you're just joining on in, we are doing a giveaway right now for 4 $10 gift cards to my sticker shop. And if you would like to enter, just type in one number into the chat between 1 and 150. Okay, so we have 2 people that chose the number 72. Solar, aka a chapter ahead, was first. And Jimmy Hank, you're second. So Jimmy, it's up to you. You can change your guess if you want, but if 72 is the first, second, or third number picked, both of you will win. So it's totally up to you, Jimmy. You can keep your number or you can change it, whatever you would like. Two people picked 25. Jada was first, and Aquarius Owl is second. So I wonder if I can click on people to see their name. I guess only if your screen name is different. Aquarius Owl, you're the second person to pick 25. So similarly, you can change your number if you would like, but you still have a chance of winning if 25 is the first, second, or third winning number chosen. So totally up to you. Totally up to you. Let's see, any other duplicates that people are seeing? Rabarella said you and your sewing pal pick the same number. Let me take a look here. Shalia, 135. Let's see. Yes, Rabarella picked it first, and Shalia, you picked it second. So same deal, Shalia. You're welcome to change your guess if you would like, but you don't have to. You still have a chance of winning. It's Mars's birthday tomorrow. Oh my goodness. Happy early birthday, Mars, aka Dazed and Confused in the chat. Okay, so I think everybody's good to go. I don't see anybody changing their guesses. I have my random number generator pulled up here with a number between 1 and 150. We are going to have 4 winners today. Oh, let me also respond to that message I just got. Okay, so we're going to have 4 winners. 4 winners for 4 $10 gift cards to my sticker shop. And without further ado, let's go ahead and find our first winning number. Drum roll, please. And the first number is 131. Nobody picked 131, but it is in Haley's username, so close. All right, I'm just going to keep generating numbers until we find a winner. Next number we have is 6. There's the number 6 in a lot of usernames, so I have to scroll past all of the usernames to get to the numbers here. Did anybody pick 6? I see 26, 16, 61. Oops. Did anybody pick plain old 6? It's so hard now to search numbers with all the usernames. I don't think anybody picked 6. Correct me if I'm wrong. So let's go ahead and find another winning number. 86. Nope. 79. And our first winner is Leslie. Congratulations, Leslie. You are winner number 1. Go ahead and send me an Instagram message at PlanningWithKay. Any message will do, and I'll respond to you with your gift card. Let's go ahead and find winner number 2. Drumroll, please. Let's see if anybody guessed the number 15. Nope. Nakia guessed 115. Close. Let's keep generating until we find our next winner. Nobody guessed. Nobody guessed that either. 94. Nope. 80. Nope. 50. And our second winner is Rachel Schlettner. Congratulations, Rachel. You are winner number 2. Go ahead and send me an Instagram message at PlanningWithKay, and I will respond to you with your gift card. Let's go ahead and find our third lucky winner. And Rachel, are you a first-time winner? Let me know. 24. Any 24? Nope. At least I don't think so. What's the first one? Okay, let's go ahead and keep generating until we find a winner. We're trying to find our third lucky winner. Hello. 44. Nope. 67. Nope. All of these numbers are in your usernames. So when I search it, I feel like there's a winner, and then it's just in a username. All right, winner number 3 with lucky number 82 is Mona Lisa. Congratulations, Mona Lisa. You are our third winner. Go ahead and send me an Instagram message, and I will respond to you with your gift card at PlanningWithKay. And let's go ahead and find our fourth and final gift card giveaway winner. Number 12. And we indeed do have a winner, and that is Fatima. Fatima, you have been on a roll. I feel like you've had a lot of really good wins recently, which makes me so happy. I don't know, Fatima, I specifically get really excited when you win. Fatima, you are our fourth and final winner. Congratulations, Fatima. And same thing, go ahead and send me an Instagram message, and I'll respond to you with your gift card. Congratulations again to our 4 winners, Fatima, Mona Lisa, Rachel, and Leslie. Let me know if there's any first-time winners in that group. I feel like Rachel potentially is one. Yes, you are. I am. I so rarely get to watch the lives live. Congratulations, Rachel, especially for being a first time winner today. And don't forget, if you want a future chance at winning one of these community donated gift card giveaways, keep attending the public weekend live streams. They're usually on Sunday or Saturday at 1 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. I always have my live stream schedule posted to Patreon every single month for free. If you join the free Patreon, you'll get the schedule each month, and you can be sure to join in at the beginning of these public streams for a chance to win one of these gift cards. Congratulations again to our 4 winners, and thank you so much again to Peyton and Anya for donating these gift cards to give away today. So let's see here. Let me send the gift cards to all of our winners. So who won again? Fatima, Mona Lisa, Rachel, and Leslie. There you are, Leslie. You sent me a message. So there is your gift card. Fatima, I know that I can just find you in here. There you are. And there is your gift card. Mona Lisa, there you are. And there is your gift card. And Rachel, you're the last one. I'll keep an eye out for your Instagram message. Again, just at PlanningWithKay. And let me just make sure you didn't say something in the chat about not having an Instagram. No. So I will expect a message from you shortly. Oh, and there you are. You're in my requests. Perfect. And there's your gift card, Rachel. I hope all of you winners enjoy your $10 of free stickers. Have fun shopping. Feel free to, again, use your gift card right away or save it. You do not have to use it right now. It will not expire. If you want to save it and use it in the future, you may. Some people save their gift cards and use them all at once, kind of combine them together, which you can also do. So let's take a sip of our beverages because it's time to get into my November bullet journal setup. Cheers, everybody. And absolutely, Fatima, you can save your gift cards and use them for my Black Friday sale. Absolutely. The gift cards are 100% usable any time of year during any sale, anything like that. So if you want to save them and keep them in your back pocket for when I do a sale, you absolutely can. Oh, a pizza theme would be so good. A pizza theme would be so good. And Fatima, Black Friday is November 29th. I think this year, though, I'm going to have a sale for most of the month of November. I want to try to give you guys a little bit more freedom in when you place your Black Friday orders and not just have it limited to one weekend. So I'm going to try to be ready to launch the sale at the beginning of November. It might not happen on November 1st, but keep in mind that I do think I'm going to do my 50% Black Friday sale throughout basically the entire month of November and not just one weekend. So to give you guys a little bit more flexibility on when you make that purchase. I know a lot of people wait for my Black Friday sale to stock up on their stickers for the year. And I just feel like it would be nice to not have you be limited to like one specific weekend. I don't know, especially I know for me, like it sucks when stuff is only on one weekend when it doesn't line up with your payday or it like lines up with other bills you have to pay and you just can't. So keep that in mind. I will announce that when it goes live. My Black Friday sale is normally November 29th through Tuesday, December 2nd. But I think this year you'll get a chance earlier in November to take advantage of that sale. Okay, let's turn the page and let's get into this bullet journal setup. Also, since I finished this month's sticker collection last night, I was trying to brainstorm and think about what the next theme is going to be for our next sticker collection. I do want it to be something simple because I'm behind on my designs. So I've been trying to get ahead on my designs the last few months. So it needs to be something simple, maybe a recolor or maybe just a really simple theme. But people have been requesting a rubber duck theme. And I was thinking about that. And I did start kind of like just did one very, very basic little rubber duck and started sketching out some other ones. I don't know if I'm going to do this for the next theme, but I do love it. And it was really, really simple. Like I did this without even looking at any reference. I just created a rubber duck based on my own memory. And then I started doing a couple other little sketches. This one, if it doesn't happen for the next theme, will be on the list for the future themes because it is a really cute, simple one. I also really like the idea that you guys are saying of a heart theme. This new collection would be November's Patreon rewards. This would be a great time to send out a Valentine's Day theme, and I've always wanted a sticker collection that's just like a simple heart-based theme. That would be really fun and really simple. I'm almost imagining like layered hearts, like some filled hearts, some outlines. We could do like a really fun color scheme for it. That would be really fun, really useful. It would be great for Valentine's Day, anniversaries, self-care. You don't have to be in a relationship to use hearts. But it would be great just with Valentine's Day in mind. So that would be a great one to do. Yeah, I want to do a farm theme. That's been on the list for a while now. That's going to happen. I just can't do that for this next one because that's not going to be a simple theme. That's going to be like an illustratively intense theme. That's where the rubber ducks would be simple. I was also thinking of having, if I do the rubber ducks, having bubbles and them floating in water as the kind of motif throughout it. I love this heart idea though. I don't know. I might just do that heart idea. And then we can maybe vote on a color scheme. It doesn't have to be traditional pink, you know? It can be like a fun poppy color scheme. We can even also have like, you know, hearts with arrows going through them. I don't know. That would be a really fun one. Draw swords in them. See, I love that idea. Almost like the hearts that are in like classic traditional tattoos, like mom hearts, you know, like hearts with arrows through them, or like some could be broken hearts, hearts with knives in them. And I like the idea of not making it like a traditional, um, like pink Valentine's Day color scheme. Instead, having it the color scheme be a little bit different. I really like that idea. I'm gonna marinate on that a little bit while I decide what our next theme is gonna be. But I think that's actually a theme that I can feasibly bust out in like a week if it's just hearts and I don't have to worry about any real illustrating. Like the rubber ducks is very simple, but you know me, like I get carried away with my illustrations. So I feel like it would start off simple, but ultimately I would be drawing a ton of different rubber ducks and it would probably get away from me a little bit. So I like the idea of the hearts. And then we can do the ducks, like Miss Acampo just said, hearts would be great for a February theme, and then ducks would be really great for April. The ducks pair into my rainy day collection. If you guys know, my rainy day sticker kit has rubber ducks in it. So that would be a great one that you could pair with the rainy day collection for April showers. Oh my God, Mara said, TBH, I would love a trash theme with raccoons. That's such a good idea. If you watch Bob's Burgers, that just makes me think of the raccoons in Bob's Burgers, Little King Trash Mouth, Pudding Snatcher. Oh, I love that idea. Dumpster raccoon theme. That'd be so great. We're gonna have to keep that in mind for a future theme. If you aren't a patron, by the way, you can join Patreon for free. And in doing so, you'll get to vote on all of my sticker themes. My patrons are the ones who make all of the decisions when it comes to my new monthly sticker collections. So join free Patreon. You'll gain access to live streams, printables, the monthly theme polls, live stream schedules. You'll also gain access to a Facebook group, a Discord, a community Patreon chat, all sorts of fun stuff. All right, enough blabbing. Let's get into the setup. So, cover spread for November. I want to do something kind of like my October cover spread because I had so much fun setting this up. So, let's start by picking out some colors. I really like this color scheme here, the yellow, green, orange, and a little bit of pink coming through. To bridge the gap with the red that's in this collection. So let's set both of these. Let's set both of these sheets to the side, and we can reference these for the colors. Oh, Lauren needs our help. Lauren said, I sent you a DM. Can you please have you and the chats help to decide which header to use? Absolutely. Let's help Lauren with a decision here. Let me get my brightness turned up and let's help Lauren decide. Okay. Oh, okay. So the options are at the top there. Lauren's deciding between these weekly headers that are these boxes or these ones with the single letter and the ghost. Lauren, I picked the one on the left. I think that looks so nice on top of the pumpkins. And I feel like this one kind of gets a little bit lost in the pumpkins. I love the idea of the ghosts, like they fit so nicely with the pumpkins, but I feel like this one gets a little lost. This one stands out really nicely on top of the pumpkins. And the chat agrees, Lauren. Boxes on the left.
It's just being delivered to you.
What?
I don't know if you want to open that now, but you can, or I can put it in the refrigerator, but it's an edible arrangement.
Who is it from?
I don't know. Somebody just dropped it off.
Who sent me an edible arrangement? Was it one of you? Oh my God, chocolate covered strawberry cheesecake box. hang on, you guys. For real, did one of you send me an edible arrangement? That's something you guys would do. Oh. Oh my god, this is so cute. Mama. Oh. My mom sent it. Wait, Mom, when did you come into the chat? I didn't even see you say hello. Hi, Mom. Oh. Oh my god, this is so cute. Stop it. All right, live unboxing. Let's open it up. No, Luna, this isn't for you. This isn't for you. Let's see. Let me get my scissors. Luna wants some cheesecake. She heard the words cheesecake and she's like, those are the magic words. Oh, Mama, this is so sweet. Thank you so much. Oh, it has a card in it. I think I would have figured out who it was from. Okay, Luna, you are really in the middle of the mix here. Oh. Oh, Mama, that card is really sweet. Oh, ik liebe dich. Thank you. Okay, Luna, I'm going to have to put the box on top of you. Oh, oh. That looks really, really good. No, it's not for you, Luna. It's not for you. Oh, this looks good. Luna really wants it to be for her. Hey, it's not for you. No, it's not for you. Yeah, you know what I mean. All right, let's do a taste test. Yeah, you can have that plastic bag, Luna. That is for you. That's for you. She's just laying on the plastic bag now. Okay, here we go. Let's do a little taste test. This one has a little Luna hair on it already. That's her contribution. She says, fine, if I can't have it, then you have to eat hair. So it looks like we have a cheesecake cup with a chocolate covered strawberry on top and a little bit of whipped cream. Let's take a bite. Mmm. Oh, yeah. That's really good. I've had an ice cream sundae today for free and free cheesecake. It's a good day. Mmm. I'm trying my best not to chew into the microphone. My goodness, that's good. I was just going to say the same thing, Robin. Mom, such a good choice. I love that it's cheesecake and not like an actual edible arrangement where it's just like the fruit and stuff. This is the best. This is going to be dessert tonight. I'm sure Jake is going to eat one right now too. Take a sip of my beverage. So good. I love how they're like little cheesecake cups. It's like the perfect size. Okay. Well, that was amazing. That was so sweet. Mom, I love you. Thank you. And your card is also so sweet. I'm going to definitely be saving that. Thank you. Oh. Okay. I'm going to go put this in the fridge. I'll be right back. So good. And I don't know if you guys can see, but Luna is, let me see if I can show you. Luna is over here enjoying her plastic bag. So she's happy, even though she didn't get cheesecake. Even though she didn't get cheesecake, she's still a happy girl. Thank you for the hydration reminder. I'll get water as my next beverage after my tea. Okay. Well, I'm fueled by cheesecake. Just makes this an even better plan with me. Okay, so what I'm doing now is I'm choosing some colors for my cover spread. So I want yellow. I'm going to choose both the bright yellow and this like yellow ochre color. I want orange. Oh, Antoinette, you're so right. I do need to put that cheesecake on my gratitude log. I'm going to do that right now. And that's going to go on the monthly gratitude log. I think, well, should I have that be the last thing? Maybe not. There's still a week left. Let's put it on the weekly gratitude log down at the bottom here. Cheesecake from Mama. And the last thing on this gratitude log will be free ice cream. We got lots to be grateful for. Even when hard things happen, doesn't mean that there still aren't things to be grateful for. Okay, yellow, yellow. Let's do my orange here. I'm kind of going based off of these colors. Let's also grab this pink. And yes, we need a green. I'm thinking this green up here. It's kind of like a light earthy green. Although this green in the woodland collection is definitely a little bit more blue toned, but I do have the more yellowy green up in some of these leaves. So think this green should work. The green in the apple collection is also actually a little bit more like cool toned. So let me take a look at my swatch page here. So we've got this pink. We have orange, cadmium yellow, yellow ochre. I actually like this yellow. It's called oh my god, how do you say that? Areolin. Solar. What watercolor set is this? This is the Kuretake Gansai Tambi watercolor set. My favorite watercolors. I'll send a link here. There is a link to some of the different Kuretake watercolor palettes. They have different price points and color options and whatnot. So you can scroll through that to take a look. Okay, so let me look at these greens and see which one I want to grab. The one that I did grab is greenish yellow. And maybe I just need one of these more true greens as well. Like I feel like this Hooker's green. I think that's always such a funny name. Hooker's green. And let's try to find that one. Here we go. So there's another green. Here are our colors so far. And I do like those colors. Do I need anything else? No, I think I'm really happy with that little color gradient right there. I was thinking maybe red, Peyton, but I think I'm actually good without red. So those will be my watercolors. I am going to turn to the back of my journal and swatch these. Got these nice boxes here that I was demoing the ruler trick a few streams ago. So I'll go ahead and use that for my swatches. I'll use my book to prop up that side of my journal. So I've got some water next to me in a plastic cup, keeping that on the side so I don't spill it on my desk. And I've got some paint brushes all around here. So let's grab a brush. What I'm going to do for these watercolors to get them started is I'm going to dip a little bit of water into each paint palette. So I'm just putting my brush in this water here and just dripping a couple drops of paint into each paint palette. This is going to get the paint kind of loosened up, basically. Get it wet and ready. All of this sounds kind of inappropriate. That's what she said. But yeah, we're going to get it wet, get it loosened up, and get it ready. But since these are dry paint palettes, you need to activate it with water. So I always like just before I start painting, dripping a little water into it ahead of time. That's also how I clean the palettes as well. So once they're wet, I'm also just rubbing out any existing color on top with my wet brush. And now I've got my clean paints over here. And my water now looks like some delicious Sunny D. All right, so let's just do a little bit of swatching just so I know what these colors are going to look like. The way that watercolor works is the more water, the lighter the color. So if you have more water than paint, the color will appear lighter. That's basically how watercolor works. Water makes it lighter. I am going for a pretty light color scheme. If you can look at our reference stickers, we're going for kind of like a light slightly more pastel vibe. So I am going to be using a fair bit of water along with these colors to lighten the colors up a little bit. It'll be a little harder for you to see the colors until they dry, just because of the glare from the wet paint. Interesting. The yellow ochre and the orange look pretty similar. All right, let's do some pink. Let's do a little green. A little bit of the darker green. Let's mix some more water in with that by taking some of the paint off my brush. Okay, so looking at these colors, yeah, the orange and the yellow ochre color are very, very similar. So I do think I actually do want to bring in a red into here that I can use to kind of warm up my orange. So I'm going to choose my pinkiest red, which is the Rose Madder, or do I want this darker? Rose Madder Deep. I also have this maroon color down here, which is kind of appealing. Let me look. I think I'll choose the Rose. Maybe I'll do the maroon. Can kind of serve as like a darker brown vibe. Let's see. Maroon. Purple. Where is maroon? Here you are. So that can bring in a little bit of the red, and it can also be a little bit of a darker tone if we need it for a little contrast. And all of these darkers can get darker. All of these colors can get darker if I want them to. I'm doing a pretty light wash of them right now. And let me see what it looks like if I mix that maroon with my orange. Oh, yeah. Very nice. Okay. Love. Let me see what this yellow ochre looks like if I use it darker with less water. That's what it looks like, similar to up there. And let me also see what that looks like if I mix a little bit of the maroon in with it. Check out my different combinations. So that creates a really nice warm brown. Yeah, love these mixed colors. Any other mixes I want to see? I kind of want to see what the dark green looks like mixed with some of the maroon. Okay, so that creates a little bit of a muddier grayish brown. Not so nice. Okay, happy. Happy with my colors. Let's let these swatches dry really quick. Hi, Caster. Welcome in. So happy to see you. Oh, and hi, Sally as well. Sally Ryder. Happy to see you pop in. I see Becca said that Holly sent a message, said she sent some pictures and was hoping I could share them with everybody. Yes. Holly said, I see you're live, but I'll catch up tomorrow. Looks like a lot of fun. Um, with your themes this month, don't forget to use the old owl collection too for some weeklies. And then Holly sent some pictures of some bullet journal spreads that she's been working on. Here are a few spreads I've done. Please share with the group and please say hello from me. I miss them and I'll be there soon. My phone time for the evening is almost over, so I wanted to send you some photos. Oh, so cute. Okay, let me share these spreads that Holly sent me because these are very, very cool. So, first of all, yeah, everybody say hi to Holly on the replay. Hi, Holly. First of all, we've got this very cool sticker collage. Holly is a sticker collage pro. This says December sticker recap and is a collage of all the different themes that Holly mixed together for her December spreads. What a cool sticker collage. We have a little coloring page she did. We have a game night and movie theater themed weekly. These two sticker collections go together so beautifully. The game night theme with the movie night theme. I love that. We also have a December monthly review calendar with the Home Sweet Home, uh, Luna's Library, Happy Mail, and Game Night and movie theater themes that also combine together so beautifully and unexpectedly. Then we have a self care bingo page here with all those different themes combined together. I love that. I love Christmas Eve Eve. This is so cute. I love that little self care bingo. Another coloring, some more coloring pages. And that is it for Holly's spreads. Holly would also like to know, what is everybody's weekly win? We love sharing our weekly wins in these streams, a way to celebrate anything big or small that you accomplished or that was a win for you this week. And Holly said that her weekly win was watching a brand new movie that wasn't a normal film for her to choose, and also reading a beginner romance book for 12-year and up or 12 plus young readers. Amazing. So happy to hear about Holly's weekly wins, and let us know, what are your weekly wins? Peyton's weekly win is finally doing some laundry and getting a raise at work. Zoe's is graduating from physiotherapy today. Jada's is not dying from your very dead gallbladder. I'm very happy that you did not die as well. That is always a good win. Shell got a promotion at work. Maritza started watching the Gilmore Girls. Rabarella finally did laundry. Ashley said her weekly win is not losing her mind, getting ready for her new job. Sally Ryder got good blood draw results. Eliana's is finally reading a book without an audiobook. Sophie's is having someone sign up for her email or for her author email list. Castor's weekly win was finally allowing yourself to hire a cleaner, which you felt too embarrassed to do. Congratulations, Castor. That's a really big deal. I'm so happy for you. Diana's weekly win is being here. Heather's is getting your son potty trained. Jordan's weekly win is making a skull granny square. That sounds amazing. Robin's is paying bills. Kimberly's was meeting with your new attorney and getting your next week set up. Becca's weekly win was finding inspiration for possibly writing a book. Ashley's was setting up your office today. Karen's is making your sister her Christmas stocking, which was the hardest thing you've ever crocheted. Let's see, what other weekly wins? Mona Lisa's weekly win is standing up for herself at work this week after being bullied for a long time. Good on you, Mona Lisa. That is also not easy. Very proud of you. I hope you feel better after standing up for yourself. Um, Castor, you make me wanna hire a cleaner. You really do. I'm like, I always that's something I always think about. I'm like, "Oh, it'd be nice to just, like, hire a cleaner just once to, like, deep clean everything." That would be really nice. Maybe I'll put that on my to-do list for before the end of the year. Solar's weekly win is figuring out a way to keep door dashing safely, even though someone filed a false police report against one of your partners related to the door dashing. Oh my goodness. We figured out a way to keep door dashing safely, even though someone filed a false police report against one of your partners related to the door dashing. Oh my God. It sounds like there's a lot that goes into that. I'm trying to piece together like the context. Is it that you are a DoorDasher or it has to do with you ordering from DoorDash? I feel like probably the former, but that sounds crazy. I'm okay, you I see you both DoorDash for work. Oh my god. And somebody filed a false police report related to the door dashing. Is it like somebody thought that their house was getting broken into or something? Oh my god, I'm glad that it sounds like everything got worked out and you can keep door dashing for work, but that sounds very stressful. Having any sort of false police report filed where you have to deal with police, especially when it has nothing to do with you, that just sucks. Glad that you can keep door dashing safely. Good weekly win. Let's see. Any other weekly wins in here? Um, Solar said we bought cameras. Oh, I see. That's part you bought cameras as the way to keep door dashing safely. So that way you can be like, no, that didn't happen, crazy people. I have cameras recording everything." And Zoe, I'm gonna be streaming for like 5 to 6 hours today. Emily's weekly win is surviving. You gotta love it, gotta celebrate it. Mars is also on the surviving train. Yanni's weekly win was taking time for yourself and not feeling guilty about it. Oh my God. Solar said someone claimed their food was poisoned, and we think they AI doctored a video of it happening. Oh, that is way more vindictive than I thought. Well, I thought it was just like maybe like an honest, like, I don't know, an honest misunderstanding. That's wild. Oh my God. What the hell? Yeah, police scare me too, Solar. That's where, like, anytime you have to deal with the police, especially when it's, like, something like that where, like, you really didn't do shit. We had police stop by our house the other day when I was live streaming because of, like, somebody called in a wellness check for, like, one of the previous tenants of the house, and it just was really not fun when you have to interact with cops. And again, especially when it's like totally unrelated to anything you've done. Ugh, just hate it. Just hate it. Anya's weekly win is walking 20 kilometers every day this week. Wow. Good job, Anya. Yellow Rose Systems weekly win is almost reaching the platinum tier of your pet caretaking app this week. Congratulations. Oh, I love it. Oh, we have partners in the chat. Solar's partner, Yellow Rose System, is here. Oh, I freaking love that. So cute. I love partners that watch live streams together. All right. I love hearing about all y'all's weekly wins. Makes me so happy. Thank you for asking, Holly. I love it. Solar said, they're sitting right next to me and I didn't even notice them joining. That's awesome. All right. All of these swatches have dried now, so we can go ahead and start working on the spread. And I do really love how these swatches ended up looking all dried. So let's flip back to the spread in question. And let's figure out what the heck I'm gonna paint here. I don't want to go too crazy with whatever I'm going to illustrate on this cover spread. Again, I really liked this cover spread with pumpkins. It was nice and simple. So I want to do something similarly simple. And I'm almost maybe leaning into wanting to do something with like the leaves, like fall leaves. I could do like leaves and apples would be easy enough. We could do like a circle of leaves, and apples with the header in the middle. That might be cute. Anya, that's crazy that you're walking 12 miles a day. Are you like training for something? Is this just I don't know, a more random goal that you had to like go walking every day? Cause I'm like, damn, a 12-mile walk. That's intense. That's long. Or are you walking 12 miles throughout your day? Let's see, it takes about an hour for each 10 kilometers. So it's not that much. It's not that much. In the summer, I usually do 30 to 40 kilometers today, but in autumn I slack. Wow, Anya. So you are a walker. Like that's your thing. Do you walk to somewhere? Is there like a destination? Do you walk like into town? You walk the dogs or the horses. That's right. You do have horses. So you have animals to walk with. Well, that is super cool, Anya. It's very inspiring that you do so much walking. Oh, Castor, I love that you're using the Frog Tea Party stickers for November, and it's so silly and cute. I'm very excited. That's a great November theme. All right. So I think I like the idea of doing some apples. So I'm going to sketch out some little apple shapes here. I like the idea of a few apples here and there, um, along with some leaves. So for these apple shapes, I'm not doing like perfect circles. I'm having them have the little apple divots on the top and bottom, but just very lightly sketching out these apple shapes. When I do watercolor illustrating, I don't like for anything to be too meticulous or perfect. I like the loose kind of watercolor look and style. So these sketches also do not have to be perfect by any means. They can be loose and a little messy, and I like that. Let's see. Let's maybe do a second apple with this one, a little bit of a smaller one. No, maybe not. think I'm going to have more leaves than apples. Maybe we do one over here. The bunny stickers, I see somebody wondering about the bunny stickers for March. They will be up in the shop in November. So the bunnies haven't been listed in the shop yet. All of the new collections from this year will be listed in the shop in November. So that's like the bunnies, national parks, all of the individual pirate stickers, the rainbow collection, the gothic collection, the new owl collection, the functional collection. All of those will be listed in the shop in November. So get excited. Okay, I'm going to move this apple down a little bit, more like around here. Okay, we got some apples. So now I like the idea of some big leaves. I like just using my stickers as kind of reference for when I do different illustrations like this. So I'm just going to bust out both of these leafy sheets here, and I'll just glance at those as reference for the different leaves I'm about to draw. I like the idea of here there being kind of like a fern type leaf. We'll have that come out from behind this apple. And then here we can do like a little leaf, kind of like one of the ones like that. Perfect. Here, let's do maybe more of like one of these fall leaves with kind of a fun shape. Maybe I'll do like I was thinking like maybe a star shape. Actually, since that's up at the top here, I need something a little bit skinnier. So maybe I'll have something matching this one. Let's see. Something like that. Let's have another kind of like fern-esque shape over here with all the little branches and leaves coming out from the main branch. Then over here, I'll have another one of those longer fern shapes coming out here. Just kind of trying to balance this whole circular shape that I'm doing between big leaves, small leaves, and the apples. Here is where we can have another one of those kind of like star-shaped leaves. And then one more leaf right here. Let's do one of these like almost like heart-shaped looking leaves. And then finally, we got one more section down here. Yellow Rose said, Solar's been teaching me to journal lately, and I think I'm finally at the point where I don't feel overwhelmed without simplistic, minimal spreads. It's so nice when you like finally get past that point where everything feels very nerve-wracking when you're journaling to when you get into a flow with it where you can just kind of like let go. I know exactly that transition and what that felt like. And it feels so good. It's nice when you start to get into a flow with it. That's really sweet too, that your partner has been teaching you how to journal and sharing that with you. I just think that that is so incredibly sweet, Yellow Rose. Solar said, takes a bow, spreading the love of journaling since 2025. All right, let's do a little leaf right here. And one more down here. What do I want to do? Maybe one of these guys. Okay. I think that that all looks good. I think I'm going to change this leaf into one of these more pokey ones. Like that. And let me just resketch this leaf up here. I know it's probably sort of hard for you guys to see what I'm doing, but all will become more clear once I start with the painting in a moment. Okay, beautiful. So I'm going to start by laying in color, and then we'll do some line art on top of that. Same exact way I did my October cover spread. So let's start getting into it. I'm excited. Whenever I do any watercolor in my journal, I like to stick down the pages with paper clips. This prevents the pages from like curling up as you start putting water on them. It just makes it so that when everything dries, it will all dry nice and flat. I use journals that have 160 GSM paper, so the paper is nice and thick, and this is a big help when using watercolor in your journals. So I've got my cup down here. Do I care that my water is yellow? No, I think it's okay if I end up with a little bit of yellow in all of my colors. Well, no, you know what? I'll just really quickly change my water. I'll be right back. Luna is still sound asleep on the table next to me with her plastic bag. She's happy. Fatima said, I love the paint splash drops on the October cover page. Me too. I'm definitely going to be doing that here. That was like one of my favorite parts of this cover spread was the big color splash in the middle and then all of the little drops. We were like splashing paint on it. I loved how that turned out. So we will definitely be doing that again here. Oh, thank you, Kimberly. And thank you for the reminder, Ashley. Beverage alert before we get started. All right. Without further ado, let's just get right into this. I just need to decide on what brush I'm going to use. I'm also got to think about what I want to start with. I think maybe I'll start with my apples. Yeah, let's start with the apples. So for the apples, I can use a bigger brush. And I'm going to be looking at the apples on the kit here for some color inspiration. But we can definitely do colors in a variety of the oranges, yellows, greens, and we can also bring in some of that maroon color if we want a little bit of a red. That maroon's actually a really nice red. So let's go ahead and stop yapping and just get into this. So I'm going to start. I'm not overthinking any part of this, and it's okay if these colors blend together. I want them to. That's one of the things about watercolor that's really nice, is letting the colors do their thing and interact with one another. So I'll be allowing the colors to blend and mix together. Also, my colors dried up a little bit, so I'm once again just going to go and drip a little bit of water into each paint pan so that they're loosened up for me. Okay, let's dip into some green. Do a little bit of the darker green in there too. And maybe we can bring a little bit of the maroon into the side. It's like it's a green apple that's starting to turn red. All right. Maybe next to that, we do an apple that has more of these yellows, and we can have a little bit of the red come in to those as well. Nice. Golden delicious. Let's grab just a touch of that maroon and bring that in on this side. Maybe even grab some of the pink and orange. That's nice. And as I'm dipping into different colors, I'm also just reaching over to my water as well to clean my brush and to change the ratio of color to water. All right, let's make this one down here red again, and maybe we'll do red with some pink. Something like that would be nice. So let's start with my red. And then let's dip into some of this pink that also has a little bit of yellow in it. Let's grab some more of that yellow. Like that. And then up here, let's do maybe one with yellow and green. So let's grab a mix of my two different greens. Let's have this be the apple that's underneath. So we'll do some green. And then I'll grab some of the yellows on this side and have those mixed together. Be easier to see that once it dries and the glare is gone. And then for the one on top of it, what is our last apple gonna be? Feel like maybe some more yellow, but maybe with a little bit more of the red coming into the yellow. Let's clean my brush. Let's grab some of this yellow and yellow ochre, and maybe even with a little bit of orange. Let's use that for this side. And then let's grab some of the maroon with a little bit of pink. And put that on this edge. And then I'm going to clean my brush off. And just with some water, I'm going to marry those two colors together. Okay. Now, with a nice little brush, I'm going to do the stems. I'm going to use the maroon for some of the stems and the dark green for others. This brush has all sorts of stray hairs coming out of it in not pleasant ways, so I'm not going to use that one. Let's use this one. Oh my God, that's awesome, Yellow Rose. Another weekly win is you found a dog food that doesn't have cross contact with your service dog's allergy. Solar is going to take you to get it today, hopefully. What a win. Hi, Tiffany. Happy Saturday and welcome in. Okay, let's grab some of this maroon. I'm going to grab it so it's nice and dark, and start putting that in for my apple stems. So basically grabbing it with little water and a lot of pigment, and that's what's going to make that color nice and dark. And I can also have the stem. Realize I made this one look too much like a pumpkin stem, but that's okay. We're learning. I think I'll actually have all the stems be maroon. With the apple stems, you can have the stem actually go in front of the apple to make it look like it's coming out of the little divot on top. So let's do same thing here. Have it kind of curve. And finally, last stem right here. Oh, Fatima, I'm so glad your little baby's okay. But man, it's got to be scary when your baby hurts herself in any sort of way. I'm glad she survived a little burn from the sandwich maker. You're like, she's fine. I'm traumatized. Yeah. Okay. Apple coloring done. Let's move on to doing some of our leaves. I'm going to start with like my big fern type leaves. So what I'm going to do for this is the first thing I'm going to do is with that small brush, I'm going to go in and do like the stem shapes first, as kind of my guideline for these. So Let's see. Let's have this one be green. We're going to go like that. Mixing my different colors together. Actually, I feel like that's good. I just need the central stem for that one. Let's see. Let's make this leaf green as well. And I'll just do the veins of the leaf, or the little outward little veins that come out like that. What else do I want green? Let's add some yellow ochre to the green down here to make a little bit more of an earthy, yellowy green. And, or maybe even let's mix some maroon into that to make more of a brown. And you can see I mix right in my paint palettes. That's my preferred method of color mixing. And let's use that brown for this leaf here. And then finally, for this one, I want that one to be more reddish orange. So let's mix the maroon and orange together and do that stem. Let's see. Let's do some yellow stems for some of these leaves. I feel like this one here, I'll make more of a yellowy orange. So let's mix together my orange and my yellow, my orange and my blello, and do also just like the central veins in this leaf. These are going to be the guidelines for like the different little bits that come out of that leaf. I think maybe this one too, I can make orange-ish. I'll mix some yellow ochre in with it to make it a little bit more muted. Let's go ahead and go like that. Will I upload this to Patreon when I'm done? Solar asked. You know, I think that's a good idea. I uploaded printables of my October cover spread to Patreon, and I know you guys really like that. A lot of people ended up using those. So I think maybe I'll do a similar thing for this one, and I'll post it as a printable to Patreon. And yes, absolutely. Hang on. Amy. Absolutely, Amy. Here's a link to the watercolors right there. But yeah, if you don't know, on Patreon, I post printables for all of my monthly sticker collections, where they're like printable pages that you can just print and stick in your journal. And last month, I posted these ones matching the October cover spread that I created. So there was like 4 different versions. One with just the watercolor without the line art, one with the watercolor and the line art, and then I did one with October 2025 and one with October and the year blank. So this is just one example of the printables I post to Patreon. Here you can see these are all printables that I just posted last month. I post a ton of printables every single month, matching every new sticker theme that I create. So there are like hundreds, possibly thousands of printables and digital stickers on Patreon. Okay, let's see here. I'm waiting for the apples to dry before I start going in with paint on top of them. This one's pretty much dry. So let's make this leaf be, let's do more of a reddish, pinkish red stem. So I'm going to mix the pink and the maroon together. And to go ahead and do this one with those colors. And I'm using my thin brush right now for all of these bits. There we go. Let's have this leaf here also be a pinkish red. Yeah, and for the printables, the $1 tier gets you access to most of the printables except for the weekly spreads. And then the $5 tier gets you access to all of the printables. The weekly spreads are the main thing that is exclusive to the $5 tier. But it kind of depends each month. Like the $1 tier, no matter what, gets the calendars, single page calendars, and 2-page calendars, and Monday and Sunday start. I usually post decorative backgrounds, quote pages, and cover spreads to the $1 tier. But if you want all the printables, including all of the weekly printable spreads, then the $5 tier gets you access to everything. But if you want to start at the lowest paid tier, the $1 tier is a really great way to get your foot in the door. It gets you access to hundreds of printables. Just not the weekly spreads and like some other various printables here and there, but there's plenty to access under the $1 tier if you just want to get started with my Patreon and start, figuring out how the printables work. But you can see in the chat, my patrons love those printables. They get lots of love and lots of use every month. Okay, I got another leaf here. I think I want that one to be like a yellowish green. So I'm going to mix my yellow and my green together. What's nice about these watercolors too is they are kind of a mixture of gouache and watercolor. So you can see right there, you can actually, if you don't use a ton of water and you use more of the pigment, you can actually layer lighter colors on top of darker ones, which is really nice. It's why I didn't have to worry about my apples being below the leaves because I can actually paint on top of those colors with a lighter color. It's one thing I love about these watercolors is you can actually use them kind of more like gouache, which is more opaque and less translucent, as long as you just use more of the pigment and less water. Love that. Tiffany asked, will the rainbow theme go on Patreon in the future? I'm sad I missed out on that because of being on leave for surgery. Yeah, so Tiffany, the rainbow theme, the digital stickers, and the printables are all on Patreon. So you can get access to those at any time. And that will also be listed in my shop in November, the rainbow theme. But in case I can show you right now, this is the full rainbow sticker collection. So the digital stickers are up on Patreon of this rainbow collection. And then I have all of the printables as well, which here's a weekly spread, another weekly spread, another weekly spread, quote pages, decorative backgrounds, 2-page calendar, single page calendar. So those are the matching printables. But yes, the rainbow stickers will be listed in my shop next month. Okay, this apple is dry now, so we can do this leaf on top here. And what color do I want that leaf to be? I think I also want that one to be some sort of green. Or maybe brown, actually. I think I'm going to do brown. So let's mix the orange with the maroon and with some of the yellow ochre as well to make a nice brown. Like that. And I think that is the base for every leaf laid out. So now I'm going to grab my bigger brush and we're going to start to put in these actual leaf shapes. So what do I want to start with? Let's start with this green one down here. So I'm going to grab some greens and start to put in some leafy shapes coming off of this branch. Trying to let the paintbrush do most of the work for me. So I'm pushing down harder in the middle of the leaf and less hard at the tip of the leaf to give these leafy shapes really easily. And I'm mixing my two different greens together so I get some nice color variety in here. Just like that. Let's keep going. Doing watercolor leaves is like my watercolor roots. When I started bullet journaling, I really learned how to do watercolor by painting a lot of flowers and leaves. So there's something very comforting about doing some little leaf shapes. There we go. Let's do all of the other fern type leaf shapes. So this one is kind of like a mix of, we'll do like the maroon and the orange and yellow ochre. So again, I'm going to have fun letting all those colors mix together to give us a really natural looking fall leaf vibe where the colors are changing. Let's bring some yellow in there too. A little bit more maroon. Get some darker tones. I love how these colors look together here, all blended together. That is so satisfying. Oh yeah. Let's give you guys a little zoom in look here. The key to this look with all of these fun colors is just dipping the brush into these different colors, but not like really blending them together so that all those colors are kind of living at the same time on that brush. So you get some really cool color variation in the different leaves. And do not be scared of getting your palettes dirty like this. Watercolor palettes are really easy to clean. I did it at the beginning. You just literally wipe that with a wet brush and all of that color will come right up. I just find this to be the most intuitive way to get cool color variation. So you don't have to mix all delicately on a separate palette. Okay. Beautiful. Let's now do this one up here. Let's have this one be a mix of like browns, but let's have some greens come into it as well. So we'll use like the yellow ochre, the maroon, and let's see, I want you guys to still see the paints I'm grabbing. Yeah, we'll use like the yellow ochre, we'll also dip into the maroon, and then we'll also bring greens in as well. Especially like green with the yellow ochre. And now as we go on top of the apple, I'm going to grab some of like the darker maroon colors so that it'll pop really nicely on top. And again, not using too much water, so that way they're nice and opaque on top of this apple. Like that. Zoe said, have to go. So great hanging out with you all. Good to see you, Kay, and to have you here. Thank you so much. Thanks for being here, Zoe. So nice to see you. Okay. Fun. Love. All right. Which one are we going to do next? Let's do some of the leaves that aren't touching any of the wet things I just did. So let's do this one next. I think I want this leaf to be like a lighter yellow and green. So I'm going to use more water for this one. I want to try to paint this without covering up that stem. So more water, grab yellow and green. And I'm going to start drawing out this spiky leaf shape here. Like that. And then just filling that all in. And because I've got more water, I should still see the stem. And I'm just going to be sure to not overwork this so that the stem doesn't get totally blended out. And now that I have it fully filled in, I can grab some other colors and just dab those other colors in here while this leaf is still wet. So I'm going to grab some of the darker green and mix that around. Maybe some of the yellow ochre for a little bit more darkness. And we'll leave it right there. Let's do this leaf next. So I'm going to have this one be more of like a reddish orange. But same thing, I'm going to use more water this time. So let's start out by just drawing out the leaf shape around those veins. Like that. I think I'm going to grab some more yellow too. And now let's fill that in, making sure to use enough water so that the red veins that I drew don't get covered up. Not overworking it so that the veins don't get blended out too much. There we go. Okay. Next up, I can do this one down here. And I think I want that to be, I want it to have some green come in. So I'm going to do some of the dark green, but also with some of these like brownish yellows down here. Actually, I think I want a lot more of the dark green to come into that one. I want it to pop on top of that apple. Okay, I need way less water and I need more pigment because it's not popping. Let's load this up with a lot of that dark green. There we go. And now that that's on there and it's wet, I do want to kind of like mellow that green out a little bit. So I'm going to grab some of the lighter green and sprinkle that on top, kind of smudge it out a little. All right. Only a few more leaves left. Let's go ahead and do this one next. I feel like I want this leaf to kind of bring in some of the colors from here, but maybe with some green in there as well. So maybe let's do more of a dark maroon for the bottom of the leaf, and we can have it kind of fade to the green. I want this leaf to be one of those leaves that is kind of heart-shaped, but also a little bit like spiky on the outside. So I'm going to achieve that sort of look and texture like this. And then let's fill the bottom in with this maroon color. And then let's have that fade to this lighter green towards the top. Have those blend together. Like that. Next, I have this leaf. I think that one's ready to do. I think I want this one to be a little bit more like yellows and oranges. So let's grab some yellow first and just draw out the spiky shape of this leaf. And then let's grab some other colors to mix in with that yellow. Grab a little bit of the maroon too. And some more of the yellow and the orange for the rest. Like that. All right, I think we only have 2 more leaves. This one, let's have that be a muted green. Maybe green with some yellow. I want it to show on top of this apple. So trying to really saturate that color. I think maybe I'll also put another leaf like that, filling in a little bit of the space here. Let's grab a little bit of the dark green for a stem. Nice. User KF7 asked, "Hi, love your work. Random question. What app do you use to create printable bullet journal spreads on your iPad?" I use the app Procreate. That's what I use to create all of my stickers and my printables. I use the app Procreate on my iPad, which looks like this. I design everything during my Patreon streams. So if you ever want to see me design stickers and printables in real time, go over to Patreon. You can also watch all of the printable replays. But this app here is where I create all of my sticker designs. And it's where I create all of my printables, which are right here. So printables and stickers all get designed on Procreate. Okay. One more leaf up the top. What color are we missing up there? Bye, Heather. Hope you have a great rest of your day. What do we want up there? I'm looking at the whole composition, just seeing what other color I feel like is needed over there. And Donna said a rusty red. Let's do it. Let's grab some of our maroon. Let's do a little bit of orange with it. Hi, Raven. Welcome in. Raven, were you the one who said that you were using the Apple Harvest for November? I was trying to remember if that was you, but if it was, you inspired me. I'm using the Apple Harvest theme today for this setup. Yes, and I believe Antoinette is still here. She was hitting a fatigue wall, but I'm sure she's still listening, which means the unkindness is in the chat, bitches. I love how Raven says that every time you come in, or how Antoinette says that every time Raven comes in. Okay. There we go. We've got a base down of all of our leaves. So now that we're here, I think I can go ahead and create some sort of color splash in the middle. I want to lean into like the lighter versions of these colors. So more like the colors, the versions that I had on this color swatch. So I'll just give myself a little oval just as a general size marker. Let's have it come up this high over here, which looks like it matches up with like this low. Maybe I'll use my ruler to double check that this is centered. 5 and 5. So this can go up more. This is 6. So more like here. And then we can have that go like this and like this. Excellent. Okay. For this, I'm going to use an even bigger brush. I actually brought my bin with all of my paint brushes in here. So let's grab a bigger brush. Let's see. Something like that, maybe. Yeah, that feels good. And I want to really do like the light yellows, oranges, light green, and some pink in the center here. So using this big brush that I can load up with a nice amount of water. Let me also dip water into the colors I plan on using so that they are already softened up for me. Okay. And let's get into it. I'm going to do like a splashy paint stroke or paint splash type shape in the center here. And when doing a shape like this, the most important thing is to move fast. The only thing I don't want to happen is I don't want for this to start getting dry. I want for all these colors to be able to flow together. So I'm really just trying to work fast enough that I can mix all the colors together while everything is still wet, not wanting it to dry up. And I'll kind of work one page at a time. So I'll do the left page first, and then I can move on to the right page as a way of helping me make sure I get it all done before it dries. Dipping in for more water every now and then. Let's do some green in the middle here. Something like that. All right, now let's do this side. Just kind of using the same colors to bridge the two pages together. So some yellow ochre around here, some green in the middle here, some yellow down at the bottom. Let's have some more pink come in. Let's have some more orange come in. More pink. More green, more orange, more yellow. Let's do more green down here. Let's do some more pink up here. And let's finish it off with some more orange. Antoinette, I love. Antoinette's been getting Botox for her crazy migraines, which you said Antoinette actually has been working, which is great. But you said the Botox has hit, so I'm currently rocking angry anime eyebrows. It's so ridiculous. I love it. All right, I got a color splashed shape in the center here. Really light colors. This is where my November header will go. Okay. So one step at a time here. So is everything dry on my leaves? That's the first thing to check. More or less. Yeah, pretty much. So now I need to decide if I'm going to go in with line art. I think I want to, but maybe a little like sporadically. And maybe I even do like a brown instead of black. Although I do like how the bold black lettering looks on top of the watercolor, like I did for October. And that's where the black line art kind of ties into the black lettering. But, maybe I'll just do dark brown for this. This is, I think, calling for a dark brown instead of a black. So for that, I think what I'll do is I'll grab a Tombow. And I can use the brush tip side and the fine tip side for my line art. So let's bust this guy open and look for a nice dark brown. I feel like this one will probably be good. Oh, no, that looks way different than the tip. I want like a nice deep like reddish brown. And that looks a lot more gray. Let's see here. No, that too. Very different from the tips. The tips look like really nice and warm. But then in reality, they look a little bit more dull. Also seeing if maybe like a maroon color. I really wanted this one to be the color I wanted, but it just is so gray compared to the tip. Marlene said number 969. Let's see. See if I can find 969. It's not bad. It's still like a little cool toned. It almost makes me feel like maybe I should go in for like a more like a really dark purple or like a really dark red. Oh my God, these tips do not look like the colors, like at all. I feel like that's really only the case with the dark colors because I never have that issue really with the light colors. 899 redwood. Let's see, 899. So that was this brown that I already tested down here, which isn't bad, but isn't great. This is more of like a red, maroon red, which is nice. None of them are really as dark as I want them to be. I was really hoping for a darker, richer brown. So maybe I'm going to look at one of my other marker sets, see if I can find something that's more what I'm looking for, like maybe my super tips. I also have these markers, the poop markers from Ohuhu. Let me see if any of these browns satisfy me. The poop markers. Okay, I think that one's closer, but it's still not exactly. I want like a nice red brown. But honestly, like the maroon, like I want something like the stem, but none of these are hitting quite like that. Let me see if my Crayolas have something. Okay, let's see if any of these fit the bill. Not red enough. A nice color, but I want it to be darker. Same thing, nice color, but I want it to be darker. Okay, I think that's the best option right now. It's not red toned, but it is the darkest brown I've been able to find. It's almost just like slightly different than black, which is nice. Here you can kind of see it's nice and dark. Definitely the darkest of all the colors we swatched. I think that's my best option right now. Hi, Shima. Welcome. Shima, I feel like it's been a while since I've seen you in a stream. Maybe I'm wrong, but it feels like it's been a while. So nice to see you here. Okay, that's the best option so far. And you're right that I do have this other set of Ohuhu up here. I feel like these colors all end up being way different than the caps on this specific set of Ohuhu markers. So let's see if any of these. Yeah, these colors all end up, they're so much lighter than the cap. And I think that's the case for all of these. I think they're all like way lighter than the caps. It's why I like rarely end up using them. Yeah. These are like pastel. Let's see, Tombow 757. Tombow 757. Let's see. 777, 769, 747. I know I could go over it twice, but I just really don't want to. Let me see. Hi, Amity. Welcome. Tombo 757. Oh, nice. Okay. I'm not looking for a brown. This is like a maroon purpley color. This one, which I think maybe is the one that I tried that was like the nicest option. Yeah, see, that is really nice. I like that idea, like maybe for the lettering. It's like a purpley pink. That is really nice. Could use maroon and darken the bottom half like a gradient for the lettering. That would be beautiful. If I go in that direction, then maybe I want to like lean into that even more. What is this other red? Set 837. So far, I'm liking this dark brown. Do I have any other options? Sometimes, no matter how many markers you own, you just can't find the exact color you're looking for. And that's part of it. Yeah, I think that's pretty much all of my options. Okay, so I'm going to take a picture right now of what this looks like. So I have a version before I start doing any line art for a printable. I know some of you like how it is right now. I don't think I'm going to be doing line art on everything. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with my header, and then I'll just add little details to the watercolor leaves and apples little by little. I don't want to overwork this, and I do really like how it's turned out so far. I don't think it needs a lot of extra detail, but I think a little bit of darker line art here and there will make the whole thing pop. So right now I'm just erasing all my little stray pencil lines. Also, a good thing to keep in mind with watercolor, I feel like it's not really intuitive. I'm sure it depends on what watercolors you're using, but for this one, your pencil lines will not erase from under the watercolor. So if you're doing really light watercolor colors, you will see the pencil underneath it. So if you are using really light colors and that's going to bother you, then make sure your pencil lines are super light. Because you can erase the pencil from around the watercolor, but if it's under the watercolor, it's pretty much locked in there. Okay. You know what I think we'll do first before we go in with any line art is maybe do our splashes, our little splashy paint drips and whatnot. So to do that, I need my messy towel, which isn't in here. So let me go grab my messy towel. Be right back. Okay. Whenever I do the splashing, it gets way messier than I think. So, good practice to lay a towel down over everything, especially over my important electronics, before we do any splashing. So, let's start with the little brush. Let me get all my paints up here. And let's start splashing around. Oh, yes, I need to take a picture before. Thank you so much for the reminder. Although I feel like, oh, yeah, I think last time I added the splatters digitally for the printable because it's a pain in the butt to remove the background with all of the little splatters. So this will be perfect for my digital version. There we go. Make sure that looks good. Yes, looks good. Okay. So I'm going to grab my smaller brush. And actually, I'll grab one of these other brushes that has a little bit more like bend to it. Dip it in some water. I'm going to start with some green splatters. And the key for the splatters is you need your brush to be nice and wet. So let's go ahead and you hit it against your finger. So I'm starting off with some fine, small splatters with the smaller brush. Okay, those are very small, so let's quickly graduate to a bigger brush. Let's go ahead and use this size now. Let's grab some of this like reddish orange that's in here. And oh yeah. Start sprinkling that around. If there's any splatters that I don't like as much while it's still wet, I can use a wet, clean brush to pick up any that I prefer not to have. Although, honestly, I don't like the smudgy look of that. So I'm just going to let whatever splatters happen, I'm going to let them live. I won't do that anymore because I prefer the splatters to the smudges. All right, let's grab some yellow. Let's grab some darker green. I need a beefy splash to kind of balance out this one here. So maybe we'll try to do that down here. A beefy splash. That was a funny way of putting it. That looks nice. Fun. And do I want to do any maroon? I'm worried about the splashes being too dark, so I don't know if I want to do maroon. Let's do some pink. I think I'll finish with some maroon ones. It's like the last splashes. It's just kind of addicting to splatter paint. It's hard to stop. All right. Oh, it is really all over my computer. Fortunately, watercolor comes off with just a little water, so don't have to get too worried about that I'm literally splashed all over my computer. Oh, I do need to worry about it if I'm going to accidentally close the stream. You know, I shouldn't even bother cleaning this right now. I should just finish what I'm doing. And then I can clean it all off at once. That's the thing with the splashing that I said. It gets way messier than you think. Yeah, I'm just going to need to straight up take like a whole wet rag to my computer. So I'm not even going to worry about that. We'll let the computer be covered in paint and I'll take care of that after we're done. Raven, this is an awful new change that YouTube has made, that in streams now it shows your username instead of your display name. Awful. I hope that they change that because I hate it. But yeah, that is a new change. Okay, so I want to do some like big maroon drips. That one got real big, but you know what? We're just letting it happen. Maybe I'll blow on it to make it even splatterier. Get a straw. Let's do it. I think I have a little straw out here. Okay, I got a little straw. I'm going to go right over this big splatter. Do a little something like that. And then I think I'll do the same thing up here. I'm just going to grab some more of the maroon and drop it right here to connect a bunch of these splatters together. And then I'm going to do the same thing. Let's even blow this one a little bit more. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use my brush to create some bits where I want it to go out, kind of help it. So I'll go like that. Put a little bit more of the maroon paint on there, and then do it again. This would be it's making me think of blood splatters. This would be a great way to do like a gory blood splatter theme. I think I want to do two more of those more splattery shapes, but in like green, so it doesn't only look like it's like a blood color. So I think I'm going to grab a little bit of the greens on a brush and then put a little pool of that right here. I'm going to do the same thing. And then we'll do the same thing up here. That would have been a really fun order to do this in, Fatima, to do the splashes first and then the leaves. Totally agree. That would have been an awesome order of operations. Next time I do something like this, maybe that's what I'll do. I'll do the splatters first and then the illustrations on top. I'm really going ham with the splatters just because I'm having fun with them. I don't think it was really at all necessary. Like, I could have not done all of this. I could have called it after just a few splatters, but I am consciously not stopping, even though I totally could, just because it's fun. Just because it's fun. Doing some yellow ones. It totally does look like I closed my journal on a spider. I know, that's my only regret is that the red with the splatter totally makes it look like a blood splatter, but that's why I'm trying to balance it out with some yellow and green. And hopefully when all is said and done, it makes us think less of blood and more like a fall explosion. But you know what? We'll embrace whatever it ends up looking like. We're just having fun with the process. Okay, let's let that marinate. Let's let that dry. And while that dries, I'll get a wet piece of paper towel and clean off my computer. And I think something that will be a really nice finishing touch to this once this is dry to kind of tie in the splatters is I think what I'll do is I have some like Posca paint markers. And I think if I do some like white and yellow dots, like magical dots around the spread, I think that's going to look really nice and kind of make everything look a little bit cleaner again. Okay, so I'm just using a wet paper towel to get all of the paint splatters off of my laptop. Trying to do it without closing the stream. I'm going to move you guys to a different window real quick. Okay. There we go. Perfect. I can also use this paper towel while I have it to soak up color from any of the splashes that I feel like will take longer to dry. Just to kind of speed up the process a little bit. Okay. Now we just have to let that dry. I'm just going to keep blowing on it a little bit to help it out. Especially these larger white or red These larger red dots will take the longest. And now I even feel like I'm going to grab those Posca pens because I feel like maybe even a little bit of white outline around some things might be nice to like break it up from that splattery background. So keep letting this dry. Let me grab my Posca markers. Okay, so I got these Posca markers, and then I also have my Jelly Roll white pens. What else do I have? This Ohuhu white pen that's a little bit bigger than my Jelly Rolls. It's a 08. White gel pens are finicky, though. I know the Jelly Rolls work nicely. Okay, so what's dry? I'm going to start working on the things that I can based on whatever is currently dry. So one thing I want to do is with this white Jelly Roll, no, this one, 08 Jelly Roll, the best white gel pen. I'm going to put some white details on some of my leaves. No, Luna, no. You can't walk on this table right now, honey. No, you have to go. No, you have to go around. No, you have to go around. Yeah, you have to go around. You can't come this way. No. Where do you want to go? No, no, no. Where do you want to go? No. Oh, you're so stubborn. I'll bring you where you want to go. Here you go. You want to go in there? There you go. You just can't walk on this table. Too much. It's a danger zone right now. I'm not going to take a picture yet because I know that these little white details I'm putting in, I like basically already know that I'm going to like those. So I'll take a picture once I'm at more of an unsure point, like how I did before the splatters went in. But right now I'm just doing very thin little white details. Really right now just wanting to bring the leaves back to the foreground. So using white in like the centers of some of the leaves for the little veins. Very little, small, minimal details. Cha-ching! Thank you so much for your order. Just doing little things while I still wait for all of these red dots to finish drying. Let's take a picture now at this point. Although the digital version, I already know I'm gonna make out of the version I took before the splatters, because again, it's like impossible to deal digitally with all of these splatters. So I already know whatever digital version you guys are gonna get is gonna be with the more it's the same way I did the pumpkin one. It's gonna be with the more like controlled splatters in Procreate, because it's easier for me to get rid of the background before the splatters. So with this white pen, what I want to do now, I think, is mm, I was going to kind of start to put some almost like white outlines around just very certain things. And I think it would look really cool. But I'm trying to picture it in my head. I was kind of imagining like, you know what? I'm not going to overthink about it too much. I'm not going to overthink it. We're just going to do it. I like that. Let's see, where else? Where there's some overlap. I can do it on some of my apples. It's kind of bringing some definition back, which I'm liking. So I like that. Maybe I'll do these leaves that come on top of this apple. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Love that. think I'm going to do similar. I'm going to do the same trick to have my leaves reappear on top of some of these splatters. So I'm basically kind of defining my splatter shapes a little bit more with the white and using the white as like an eraser. Raven, you shouldn't feel bad about thinking the apple was a pumpkin because especially this apple, that looks like a freaking pumpkin. I made a mistake with the stem and made it look like 100% like a pumpkin with the stem. So don't feel bad. It does look like a pumpkin. That actually makes me think I can maybe make it look a little less pumpkin-y by getting rid of the pumpkin stem shape like that. Let's see if I can. There's just a couple places where I would want to the pumpkin, the apple to show more on top of the splatter. So let's see if I can kind of cover up this splatter here with some opaque green. And then I can use the white as well to help. Nice. Perfect. I was thinking also that the apples, I think I'm going to give some shine with the white, Fatima. And then to really make this look more like an apple stem too, I can fix it now. What I messed up earlier is now I can have the stem come farther down. I feel like. And cha-ching, thank you for your order. That little difference I feel like helps a lot. Okay. Let's give some of my apples a little shine to them. Like that. I'm going to now use that dark brown Crayola that I picked out. And I'm going to add just like a shadow side to some of my apples. So I'm going to go kind of like that. Just a little. I don't want to go crazy with it. But I'm basically just trying to add some definition back to my illustrative items to bring them back to the center of focus. spending a lot of time on this cover page, but I'm just having fun. Don't worry, we're gonna get to the functional part of the setup. I promise it's gonna happen. But it's been a stressful last week and a half, so I think I'm just finding a lot of joy in just making some art right now. All right. Let's go ahead and take my mm, sprinkling some yellow dots around here with this Posca marker. Let's do some with this green. I want this to get juicier. Are you running out of juice? No, I see the juice coming down. Well, maybe not. It seems to be maybe running out of juice. Have I really used? No, there we go. Just needed a shake. Perfect. And I think I'm almost ready to write my header. I'm still just like basically killing time while everything dries. But these were the juiciest splatters over here, and I think those are dry. So I think we're just about ready to lay my header down. Mhm. And let me grab my white Posca. And I'm going to do something a little crazy. And I'm going to do a white outline around this entire like center paint splash. Kind of lift this up and make it a little bit more separated from everything else. Probably be pretty subtle effect, but I think it should give me a little bit of a lift. And I am totally okay with that covering up some of these splatters because the whole point is I want for these splatters to be a little bit less of the focus and a little bit more of a background element. Hi, music student. Welcome in. And yes, this is my November cover spread that I've just been having too much fun with and have been working on for a couple hours, which I'm getting close to done. Just got to put my header in the middle. And then we will be moving on to the functional elements of my November setup. Do the Posca pens need thick paper? They need like sort of like not as thick as watercolor. It does depend on how many layers you're doing with the Posca pens. Like they will eat up paper if you're rubbing too much at the same spot. Um, but they aren't like as watery as watercolor. So you don't need the thickest paper, but they do a little bit better with thicker paper. Just don't have to worry as much about them again, like eating the paper up if you're going over certain areas multiple times and things like that. All right, let's let those final little Posca pen areas dry. It won't take long. And then I'll do my November header. Now that I'm seeing this all said and done, I'm trying to think what color I want to do the November. I like the idea. I feel like black would work. I did get a new brush pen that would do some really nice bold black lettering. Or I could use that dark brown Crayola, which I used for the shadows. That would work really nicely. But I also do like the idea of maybe doing like a maroon or a purpley November. And maybe doing like a little gradient going up the letters. So I could do something like that as well. The juicy black pen would be nice because it would really stand out on top of this. Since we have such a busy background, I know that using black would like really pop. And if I do the black, I could also do some like white drop shadow or something like that to make it pop even more. So I think that's where I'm like, I feel like the other colors would go really nicely with this, but black might be a way to really make it pop off of this dark or this busy background. Karen said, are you going to use black for the rest of the headers for this theme? If so, go with black. Yes, I probably will. Yeah. Okay. And then Donna says black. And maybe while I let that finish kind of drying, I can also kind of demo. Oh, do you know what would be nice actually? What if I do the lettering on a piece of sticker paper and cut it out and put it on top? I think that's actually what I'm going to do. Because then I know that this lettering is going to pop and it's going to provide, I think, some of the separation we need from this busy background. Hell yeah, let's do that. I'm going to grab a piece of sticker paper. Grab 2 pieces for good luck. No, because I want to make sure that this is nice and opaque because I have some of those dark splatters that are going to be behind it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually do a double layer of sticker paper for this. So I'm just going to peel back a little strip of this sticker paper and I'm going to stick that piece on top of another piece. So I have like a piece of sticker paper that's twice as thick. Like that. So now we have sticker paper that's twice as thick. Let me get rid of my paints and my towel now so I have a nice flat surface to letter on top of. Oh, yellow rose. That's so interesting. You're yellow, blue, green colorblind. So your partner is trying to explain yellow ochre to you. That's really interesting. I feel like this looks so much nicer not on that hot pink towel background. Okay, so let's get our size down for how big this is going to be. I want it to be no more than 2 inches wide, maybe like an inch and a half, or tall, I mean, not wide. So let's do like an inch and a half. And then how big do I want it? I think I want it to be about 6 inches wide. Okay, so there we go. Gonna have it be roughly that size. Let me lightly erase these pencil marks. So I just have them as a faint guide. Okay. Bye, Caster. See you on the replay. All right, and now let's write out November. So N-O-V, I'm counting, N-O-V-E-M-B-E-R. 8 letters, so 4 on the left and 4 on the right. So let me get my halfway point here. So this is like 15 centimeters. So this is the halfway. Just getting some guidelines laid out here. N-O-V. There we go. Okay, so there's some rough guidelines for my lettering here. All right, so let's go ahead and sketch out my lettering. I think I want the tails of my letters to extend off of the guide I've set for myself. Okay. I think I like that. Now that it's going to be on the white background, I think now I'm good with it being the dark brown instead of black, because I already know we're not going to have any issue with this popping off of that background. Before I make that decision, let me just do a little sample letter of each of my different color options, because the other option was maybe we do something with these reds instead. See, that's kind of appealing now. Now that I know it's going to pop on that background, we could do a color. And we could do, Emily's suggesting maybe a, oh no, Emily's just saying what color she was going to use for her setup right now, I think. But I'm like, we also could do multiple colors. This is the color Antoinette suggested earlier, 757, which is a little bit of a rosier red. And I do like that. Or we could do something totally different, and we could do green. We have a lot more freedom now that we're not having limited to having it pop off of the background, because it's going to have a white cut around border. We could do pink. Let's see. Could do green. No. Yeah, I think so far the reddish, pinkish red color that Antoinette suggested is my favorite. So let's just go ahead and use that. Okay, let's go ahead and do my lettering here. Ashley, are you here? Are you here? I'm going to use the fine tip of that to create a little bit of like a dark gradient coming out from the bottom. This is always a really fun little trick to do with the Tombos especially. It's really easy to do this ombre dark light gradient look just by layering the same color. Okay. Awesome. Let's cut that out. I need my good scissors, which I don't have in here. So let me go grab my good scissors. Lots of running around today. All right. I'm just going to start by cutting this out messily so that I have a smaller piece of paper to work with. And now I'm going to fussy cut around this. I'm going to cut around the letters, giving everything a nice thick white border. This is a really nice technique too if you are not as confident with your lettering and you want the ability to like do your lettering on a different piece of paper without committing right away to doing it in your journal. This is a nice technique of writing a header on sticker paper, and then you can just cut that out and very easily stick it in. Sticker paper is a great supply to have on hand. Really comes in handy when creating bullet journal spreads, even if you're not actually making stickers. Sticker paper is also what I like to use to print my printables on that I post on Patreon. So if you're planning on joining Patreon to use the printables, highly recommend getting sticker paper. It's really nice to just be able to print printables on sticker paper. And that way you don't have to fuss around with like glue or tape. You can just print them on sticker paper, stick them right in. Okay, there's the top edge. Bye, Joyce. Thanks so much for being here. It was so nice to have you. Oh, and I love Karen said, or Joyce said you could add some white dots. And then Karen also said, I would love it if she added tiny white stars to the letters at the darkest part. Oh, you guys. Yes, I'm definitely going to do that. These fun little details. I feel like this is really going to bring this spread home. After getting carried away with all of the splatters, it's like I really needed a way to bring a focal point back to this spread. So these little extra details on the header, I feel like are going to be perfect. Oh, look at that. I love it. All right, let me draw my center line in where I'm going to cut this to go around the seam. Luna, are you making cute little noises behind me? Let's snip this in half. Let's go ahead and stick this in, peel off the sticker paper backing. I'm going to put 2025 underneath this, so I'm leaving some room here for that. Before I fully stick this in, I'm going to lightly stick in both sides just to make sure that my positioning is correct. Like that. Use my eraser to erase my pencil lines. Let's grab my little gel pen and do some little eensy weensy. Let's see. I need you to be nice and juicy if I'm going to do this. I'm not going to be able to get away with like real star details, so I am just doing little dots at the bottom, the darkest part of these letters, like that. Hi, Echo. Welcome. Yeah, I had announced yesterday on Patreon that the date of this public stream was switched to today. Glad you're able to make it in. I still have lots of spreads to set up, so despite you coming in a few hours in, I'm still just working on my cover spread because I have been going to town on it. Just having a lot of fun with the painting. But we're almost done with the cover spread. My the cover spreads on my journals are always, or at least very often, are a really fun creative outlet for me. I mean, my journals are a creative outlet on their own, but especially the cover spreads are kind of like an opportunity for me to slow down once a month and spend a little time creating something in my journal that is not for function whatsoever. Because I really enjoy that. I enjoy slowing down and getting to experiment with things like watercolor and creating art. And sometimes the rest of the month is so busy that I maybe don't give myself the time to just get creative for creativity's sake. So whenever I'm feeling like I need some more creative time, my monthly journal cover spreads are always like a really nice excuse for me to just slow down and again, get creative, relax while making some art. Something I really appreciate about my journal is that it gives me what feels like an excuse to like slow down and indulge my creativity. Because when I have a million things to do, sometimes I really do like need something. I need an excuse to like let myself take the time to do that. Adorable. All right, for the 2025, maybe I can either do my stamps again, or yeah, I can either do my stamps again like I did here, or I can Oh, I really like how these are like matching. Isn't that satisfying? um, I can either use my stamps or I can use the same color with the thin side of the marker, or I can use that dark brown Crayola. What do you guys think? Maybe the dark brown Crayola would be nice. Yeah, let's just do that. Beautiful. And no, Donna, I stopped taking pictures after I did the paint splatters. I can take a picture of it now in case I want to use that November header. But for the printable, I think I'm just going to be using the photo I took before the splatters and finishing it digitally. Because again, when the splatters are on there, it's just like nearly impossible to digitize because it's so difficult to get rid of the background with all of those little splatters. Well, I should clarify when the way I do it in Procreate. If I were to do it in like Photoshop, it would be easy, but I create all of my digital printables typically in Procreate. It's just kind of difficult to do with the splatters, but I do really love how this ended up turning out. I was skeptical about my splatters when I went so hard with them and didn't stop. I felt like I did too much, but I knew I just had to trust the process, and I really love how this ended up turning out. I feel like now the background really suits the header. I love it. Oh yes, I love it. All right, are there any final details to complete this? I think I'm going to put in a couple more little white separation lines, kind of like I did for some of the leaves. Just a couple. Just creating a little bit more separation here and there. Mm-hmm. Okay, I think we're done. I really love how this ended up turning out. That was a journey. That was a true journey we just went on together. The only thing I can think is like, is there any little stickers I want to put on here? I don't think so. Oh, I do have some tiny apples in the apple kit. I could put 2 little apples on either side of my 2025. That might be cute. Here, like 2 of these green apples, maybe. Or I can do 1 green and 1 red. No, I kind of like the 2 greens. I think that's real cute. Or do I like it better without those? Such a funny little detail. No, let's just have this be fully hand-drawn. We can save those little stickers for another spread. Okay, done. Here's my November cover spread. We went hard with this one. This was inspired by my October cover spread that I enjoyed so much. And I gotta say, I love how this ended up turning out. It was a journey. We trusted the process. We stuck through it. And I love where we ended up landing with this. Beautiful. Okay. So finally, let's just confirm that everything is dry on here before continuing. Mainly the last little bits of white that I put on there. And I think we're good. So let's turn the page and get started on my November calendar spread. Really love how that ended up turning out. I'm very happy too that I do love how it ended up turning out because I was a little bit worried about the splatters. I was a little bit worried that maybe I took it somewhere where I didn't like it as much as when it was simpler, but nope, it came together. Really love it. Hi, Tara. Welcome in. So happy to see you. All right, let's start with my calendar spread. So what did I do for October? I know I've been liking, I did like having this little sidebar on the side here. So maybe I'll do something similar to that. I think I'm going to use some of my Apple headers here. But which ones would I do? Let me take a look. I've got this cute monthly overview header here. I could do that on top of a circle or on top of an apple basket on top of a circle for my little to-do list sidebar. So maybe what I'll start out with is having a hard time deciding. Having a hard time deciding. Oh, I like that reasoning Next Brains. Let me see. Do you have I realize now I can open people's channels if I want to just see if you have another name as your display name. Next Brain. I kind of like that idea where you said do the apple on the tree because first things first. Okay, so let's do that. And I think what I'm going to do is I am going to cut this in half. I'm going to stick it in the center of the spread. Luna's snoring, by the way. I know you guys can often hear her when she's snoring. So I'm going to stick that in the center, and then I'm going to lift up the edges. And then I'm going to use a washi strip on either side of that. And I think I'll go with green. I could do yellow, I could do green, or I could do brown. I'm liking the green. This green or the yellowy green? Let's do the darker green. So I'm going to stick down one of those. I want this to be centered with this. So where is the center? Right around there. So a little bit above this dot line. So like that. And then same thing over on this side. Bye, Ashley. So happy to have you here today. Good job setting up your new workspace. There we go. Perfect. Let's find a November header. I should have one in my sticker stash over here that I can use, a November header sticker. So let's find one. Let's find my options and then we can decide. Ooh, that's a nice one. It maybe is a little bit bigger than I want. It might cover up more of my header than I wanted. No, that's perfect. Okay. Let's chop this in half. This is from my Kay's Monthly Headers sticker sheet, which you can find in my shop. So let's go ahead and stick that in. November. Let's go ahead and put some decoration on this little sidebar. And I think I should use some of my fall leaves. So let's see. Maybe like that. When I'm testing out stickers, I just stick them in very lightly when I know I'm probably going to be still like peeling them up and making my final decisions. Hi, Leanne. Welcome in. Let's see. I also have the leaves from the Woodland collection, which maybe I'll prefer to this because they're a little bit more regularly sized because I want this to feel nice and balanced. So let me see about those. No. Luna, your snores are so cute. Just need to find the 2 leaves that make me feel like this is the most balanced. Let's see. I like that, and I like that first yellow leaf that I did too. So maybe something like that. And then I would want to balance both of those out. I always think it's funny how long it takes me to make decisions about where stickers go down. Sometimes I don't know what it is, but it just doesn't feel right. Oh, next brains. I love how your brain works. You're like, there's a flow. The leaf is getting older. I'm like, oh, okay. So if we think like it's like you're telling a story. Same with your reasoning for why the apple tree should be first. So okay, so if we're thinking like that, then we should have a similar style leaf that changes color as it travels down. Like so. You are a genius. Awesome. I love how your brain works. All right, there we go. So now we can start measuring out my calendar. Let's get my new Micron pen out and my ruler. And let's do my 0.5 micron for this. So how wide do I want this to be? I guess I'll do 27 inches wide. First, let me figure out what monthly headers or weekly headers I'm going to use at the top of the calendar. That's step 1. Maybe the little apples is the way to go, or I can just hand draw or hand write some weekly headers, but I have plenty in these 2 kits. So maybe we should use one of these. I could use these small pink ones, or I can do the apples. Let me see. imagine. I think I don't want the apples. I like the idea of them, but I don't really like the font on them mixed with what I already have here. I think I'd prefer these. No, I think what I really want is just to do some lettering myself. Have them be a little simpler. So let me draw my calendar first in that case. Grab my pen and my ruler again. I'm going to have my to-do list on this side. So we're going to have this calendar be 21 inches wide and 15 inches tall. Perfect. So each day is going to have a box that is 3 centimeters by 3 centimeters. Or 6 spaces by 6 spaces if you're working in a standard 5mm dot grid. So, like that. And I got a juicy new Micron pen, so this is very satisfying. All right, and then every 3 centimeters, drawing a line, or every 6 spaces. Which is almost the exact width of my ruler. Oh, thank you so much for the super chat donation, Anya. I appreciate you so much. I don't monetize these live streams so that the ads don't ruin your watching experience. So I really do appreciate any super chat donations that come in that go directly towards supporting my channel. Thank you so much, Anya. I'm so happy to have you here in our community. You're such a light to all of us, Anya, really. I'm probably going to go till like 7 o'clock, by the way, another hour and a half. So that I can finish all of my functional monthly spreads. So in case you were wondering how much longer the stream is going to be, we'll be going probably for another hour and a half until 7 o'clock Eastern time. Luna, you're making such cute sounds. You little squeaker. Bye, Diana. So happy to have you here today. All right. Now, over here, I think I want to do something similar to what I did last time with the circles. Did I use all of my green circles last time? I think I did. So I'm going to grab a green circle that matches the washi strip up here. And it looks like this green matches. That's going to go here. And I think I want to layer an apple basket on top. So let's see. Probably something like this. And then apple basket. Or maybe I do the apple basket above, circle below. And then that little header on top of the circle. No. I will be doing a brain dump page later in this setup. That's usually the last page in my monthly setup is a brain dump. So I'm thinking that, and then grabbing this monthly overview header and putting that there. And then what? Maybe basket goes a little farther down. I like to have a full page for my brain dump usually, Leanne. For example, this is this month's brain dump. I like having a full page. So what this is going to be my to-do list for the month, which is different from my brain dump. My brain dump is typically a place where I write down like notes and stuff from the month. Here is my September brain dump here. So my brain dump is usually a whole page, and then this is just going to be my to-do list for the month. I think I'm actually going to do the basket at the bottom. And in that case, I am going to reach under here, and I'm actually going to grab the ends of these washi strips and cut them off so that I can use these on either side of my basket without having to use a whole new washi strip. So reach under here, grab these washi strips, cut the ends off. And then I'm going to take those washi strips and put them under my basket down here. Just like that. Very cute. And let me make sure, do I like this being a green circle, or do I want that to be like a yellow circle instead? Let me try out both options. Nope, I like the green. Tell right away. I like how the green all matches. There we go, like that. And now I just need to do my little monthly headers. For that, what am I going to do for that? I think I'll use that brown marker again and do just some like continuous cursive going across. like that. Grab my whiteout to cover up that little line right here. Cross my T's. I like this monthly overview header, but now that I see that lettering, I think I would rather the lettering on this circle match. I can use this monthly overview header instead for what I'm calling, like what this month I called my monthly favorites. Because I think I already have 2 different fonts on this spread. I think I don't want this 3rd font. So I'm going to take off that monthly overview header. I'll save that. I'm going to grab a new green circle because I kind of ripped this one up a little bit. I'm going to stick that right up here. And instead, I'm going to have this say, to-do list. Oh, that ended up a little wonky. I don't want to have to redo that again because I don't have another green circle that's that same green. It's not bad. The do got a little wonky and I'm being picky. Let me just see if I have a to-do header that I can stick on top of it. To-do sticker. I know it's fine, Anya. I know. I'm just being picky. There we go. Bam. You gotta love stickers. And that font has a similar vibe to this one. So I like that. Okay. I'm going to use my brown here to give myself some bullets. Like that. And now finally, I need numbers. Am I going to have to handwrite numbers? That feels so wrong. But these are both older sticker collections. The Apple and the Woodland are older. Before I started putting numbers on my monthly kits. And I don't know if I have a full set of numbers in my stash here because I've been using all of my numbers. I did have the sheet of numbers I used for my last monthly setup. So maybe I have another sheet of those in here, but I'm not sure. Let's see. I'm just looking through my stash here. Hi, Chelsea. Welcome in. Ooh, I got some orange and yellow and red washi strips in this stash. I should pull that out. I might use those later. Let's see, any numbers hiding in here? Any numbers? Okay, yes. I have these numbers. I only have full sets of the red and this like pinkish red. Like those aren't bad. Red is a part of this color scheme with the apple colors. But let me see. Do I like the darker red or the lighter red? Let me see what day November starts on. It starts on Saturday. Here are my two color options. I think I like that like pinkish color. I like the red, but it feels a little too dark. I think this would be really nice. Do a gradient. I'm missing too much of the orange here to like do a proper gradient. I really only have these two colors to work with. I could use these, but I would have to like write my own numbers on them. Seems a little much. I like the idea of the gradient if I actually had the full set of the orangey yellow numbers. Oh, or do a week. Okay, if I do a week of each. Oh, I was not even thinking about a gradient going down the page. Okay. That's a fun idea. I like that. So November has what, 30 days. It ends on a Sunday. Let me see if I can find my tweezers. Yeah, I was not even thinking about the gradient going down the page. My tweezers are always the first thing that I can't find. Are they on the floor, Luna? Whatever, we'll do without. So let's see. Let's start at the bottom and see how I'm going to do this gradient. 30. Because obviously I have 3 colors to work with. So 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24. Lan, each box is 3 centimeters by 3 centimeters. Yeah, so maybe we do. Oops. I peeled up the sticky part of that one. me see if I can use my glue tape to fix that. There we go. Let's change this to the dark red. 1, 2. Bless you, Jake. Sorry, responding to a message really quick. Shima said, I've been lurking with you all day today, but it's almost 11 and I'm shattered and ready for bed. I hope you have a great night's sleep, Shima. So glad that you were hanging out with us today. Okay, continuing. So I've got 30 days and 3 colors. So that would mean that if we do 10 colors per day or 10 days per color, then that should be an even gradient. Now let's go to the middle color, this pink. 17, 18, 19, and 20. Cute. Very cute. Thank you for the idea, you guys. Okay. That looks good. And there is my November calendar done. So next up, we are going to do, I'm going to do a similar spread to this one I did this month, with like a spot for me to write down some like favorites or like a media overview for the month. And then I'm just noticing all of the paint flecks on my camera. I'll have to wipe those off later. So I think I'm going to do something for like gratitude and favorites. Because again, I really liked my setup this month. So I don't need to fix anything if it's not broken. This little paint or marker spot was still wet, so it smudged a little bit over here. So do I want to do it exactly the same? I did really like this layout. I liked having my movie list. So let me think what I want to do. I'm going to use that monthly overview sticker, and that can be like a summary of what I was enjoying this month. And then this side can be, or you know what? Maybe I'll do a daily review. Maybe I'll do a 1 line a day. I haven't done a daily review in months. I've just been doing my gratitude logs to keep things a little simpler. But I think I'm ready to do a daily review again. So we'll use the monthly overview and the daily review headers here. I kind of feel like using these woodland headers now. I'm thinking, well, let me see first. I need a number strip for my 1 line a day. Let me look in my stash here and find a sheet with a number strip. I know I've got plenty in here. All of my monthly kit add-on sheets have number strips. So let me, oh, and my freebies have number strips too. So let's see. Let's see what color number strip I can find. All right, I think it's gonna have to be black. I was hoping I maybe have one in a color that would match, but the only colors I'm finding are outside of this color scheme, like blue and purple. So, oh, perfect. Bam. There we go. I think I'll use this one. So we got 30 days this month. So I think I'm going to line this up like this. I'm going to chop off the bottom edge, and then I'm going to chop off the 31. And then I can stick that little end piece back on. Let's line this up with the lines. I make my number strips always sized to properly fit a 5mm dot grid, so you do not have to worry about it not lining up with the lines, because it will. Stick that back on at the bottom. Now I can go back to my headers, wherever I just put them. Where did I just put them? Just literally just holding them. Where'd they go? Hope I didn't put them in this pile. Stay on the ground. Do you guys see where I put the woodland headers? Oh, yep. It looks like I stuck them into this pile. There they are. I know, Donna. I got tweezers. I just always am misplacing them. Okay, so since I have the orange strip, maybe I'll use this orange deer. Although, no, I think I'll use the yellow. It's not the same exact orange. So might as well use the yellow. Stick that there. And then I think I'll do the green little squirrel on this side. This is the Woodland Monthly Kit. Then I'm going to use the daily review and the monthly overview headers from the Apple kit. So I think I'll stick them just right in the center of these header spaces. And then I think on each side, I'll put something from the Apple collection to kind of tie it all together. Or I could do something from the fall leaves page. But I like the idea of maybe doing a apple pie next to each one. Again, just to kind of tie the apple theme back in. Is the woodland in the fall bundle? I believe, let me think. The fall bundle is fall leaves, Luna's library, Halloween, and yeah, I think woodlands is the fourth one in the fall bundle, Donna. I do believe so. And that fall bundle comes with the exclusive freebie that's only available in that bundle as well, which is fun. Cute. I'm going to draw out some dividing lines between my weeks over on this side. So ruler and micron. We have a line after 2. Nine. 16. 23, and 30. Now for the monthly overview. Let me think about what I want to do here. I feel like I need one list for movies. We always watch a lot of movies, so that's pretty consistent every month. So I feel like I could do one column for movies. And then on the other side, I can have my different favorites categories. So let's split this page in half with a line. Like that. Let's put a circle over here. Center it a little better. Let's put do I have any movie headers in this stash here? Best movies of the year, not the same. I might. It would be impressive if I were to find it though, because it would probably be a random one on like a Patreon exclusive sheet, because I know I have a sheet of movie headers in my shop. I just know that I don't have one that I've already partially used in this stash. But let me look really quick, see if I have a movies sticker. Reading tracker. No. Finances. No. Aha! Movies, books, music, TV shows. Hell yeah. New bullet journal spread headers. Movies. Gotta love it. That gives me space on either side here that I can put in two of my little leaf stickers. Actually, let's do this green one down here. Trying to decide how I want to place these. Okay, that's good. Let's see. And now for my other categories over here. Maybe I'll use these flags. Or these flags. Oh, yeah, let's use these ones. Let's do yellow. Orange, pink, and then green. Split this into 4 equal spaces. Let's see, 15, 14, 14 and a half, 4, 8, 12, maybe 3 and a half, 7, and 10 and a half. Yeah. All right, I'm going to use the rest of these headers that are at the bottom of this new bullet journal spread headers sheet. So this is going to be where I can write down some favorites from the month. So I'll do TV shows. I want them to be on the flag like that or to the side of the flag. Let's have them like that. TV shows. Or actually, no, I'll put them centered on the flag. Books, music, places. All right, cute, very nice and clean and simple. Monthly overview, daily review. This is where I'll write down a one-line summary of what happens each day. And then this is where I'll write down all the movies we watch throughout the month, along with the 1 or 2 favorites on TV shows, books, music, and places. Love. All right, let's turn the page. So this is going to be my live stream calendar and my brain dump. For my live stream calendar, I do know that I have a good printable on Patreon for this collection, for the Apple collection. I just don't know if I want to fuss with printing it out. Let me go look at it first to see Apple blank calendar. It is very cute. It has the same header at the top as this. It's got like the tree branch header. So I think I'll create my own single page calendar instead so I can use up some more of these stickers that I've got. So let's go back to the Apple headers for this one. And we had some pies on this page. So here, let's do this one that has like the apples and or actually, maybe we'll do the gingham basket. Let's see what feels right. I think I'll do the gingham. So let's stick that up at the top. Like this. Then let's draw out my calendar. So let's have our calendar be 14 centimeters tall. No, 15 centimeters tall. And we're going to do the diagonal ruler trick for the width. So first, let's go like this. Draw out just the full box. Bam. And bam. So my rows are easy. Each row is going to be 3 centimeters tall. Having to coordinate things in my texts so people know I'm busy. Okay, now for the width, I want to split it into 7 equal rows. So I'm going to line my ruler up so that the 0 is on the left side. And then I'm going to tilt my ruler diagonally until I can line the right side up with a nice even multiple of 7. So I'm going to do 14. And now I'm going to make a dot every 2 centimeters. This is a really good trick for dividing up spaces that aren't like nicely divided by however many rows or columns you want. So you just tilt the ruler diagonally and then you've got your equal spacing. There we go. All right, numbers. Got to figure out this again. Am I able to maybe use those same numbers from before, but just alternate them differently? Let's see. Where did those go? Of course, I didn't leave them out nicely for myself. I think they ended up back in this pile. Is that true? Did they end up back in this pile? Or did I leave them out for myself? Oh, here they are. Okay, so if I were to do the same thing, could I? Let's see. I only have 13 through 20 of the orange. What I can do is I can alternate like the red and the light and the pink. Let me see. I could do 1, 2 in orange, and then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. $10. No, I'm missing 10 there. Can I do every 5? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. I think that will work perfectly. I think I can do every 5. All right, let me give this a try. 1. I think that will actually work perfectly. 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and back down here, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Perfect. All right. Up here, we're going to write live stream schedule. Let's do that with this brown Crayola. And then I need my days of the week. Let's do the same thing. All right. Excellent. There's my live stream schedule calendar all done. I love this cover spread. All right, now brain dump. Trying to think if I want to do another pie header. And yeah, I think I do. I think maybe I'll do this one that has the other bit of gingham on it. And I have a brain dump header right here. So let's go ahead, peel this up, stick that right down in the center, like that. I'll grab this brain dump header from the Woodland kit, put that right there. Brain dump is just basically a blank spread, but what I will do is put a little bit of decoration at the bottom. I think I want to bring some green back into this spread. So I'm going to grab my third green washi strip, stick that right at the bottom here. And maybe I'll raise that up a little bit. Like that. Then we can do, what do we want to do at the bottom? Still have these little leaves stuck to the bottom of my table that didn't make the cut earlier. So I could do a couple of those, or we can do some more stuff from the apple pie sheet. I was also thinking maybe like a little mushrooms down here are really cute. They don't really match this spread quite as much. I could do some of these little plants, like these little flowering ones, maybe. That's cute. Maybe I do a little quote at the bottom here, something about fall. Fall quotes. Oh, something about change being beautiful. Autumn is a gentle reminder that changes can be beautiful. Autumn is a reminder that change can be beautiful. Kind of like that. Let's see. Am I going to wing it? I think I'm going to wing it just for funsies. I know, Karen, it is mind-blowing that it is almost the end of the year. Succeeded in winging it. Autumn is a reminder that change is beautiful. Very cute. It makes me think that maybe to make the quote hit a little more, if maybe I want to trade these flowers out for some changing leaves. Let's see. Like that. And I have this other one here. Yeah. There we go. I'm going to draw in 2 little dividing lines on this page. One here. And one up here. Very cute. All right, so I think that looks good for my monthly spreads. I've got my cover, my calendar, my monthly overview of my favorites, and my 1 line a day daily review. And then I've got my live stream schedule and my brain dump. So I'm going to finish things off with my next weekly spread. I have my current weekly here, but I need one for starting Monday. So we got about 20 minutes left. So let's take that time to set up a weekly spread. So what do I want to do for this weekly? I have these headers. Yeah, maybe we do a woodland weekly with these 2 cuties. So maybe we do the deer up at the top. And then maybe the fox down at the bottom. A little asymmetrical setup. Mushrooms and acorns. Love that idea. Donna, let's maybe see about busting out some mushrooms and acorns here. I also like the idea of maybe Maybe I want to use the washi. Let me figure out what weekly headers I'm going to use because that'll make a decision for me. And we fully used up this sheet. We have these mushroom ones, which are very cute. Maybe we do something with the little mushroom headers. So what I want is I want to split each spot, each group of space here into, or each section here into like 4 equal spaces. So I think I'm going to do like a grid style. So what I'm going to do is I am going to grab my pen and I am going to create a big box in each section here. I could also do horizontal, which might actually be nice with the mushroom headers. So let's see. If I were to do 4 rows, slant my ruler to 16, then each one, yeah, I think that'll be nice. Each one would be 4 centimeters apart with the slanted ruler, which is 3.5, a little over 3.5 centimeters tall. So we'll go like that. 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 And now we'll do the same thing up here. So 15 centimeters tall. Also, in case anyone was wondering, I'm having stew for dinner. Jake started making stew earlier today. It's very often what we have for dinner on live stream weekends. Normally it's Stew Sunday, since I normally stream on Sundays. But today, it's Stew Saturday. So I'm excited. Excited for dinner. There we go. Karen, you just said you want stew. Now I'm just torturing you. Okay, the live stream disconnected for some reason, but luckily I've learned recently how to reconnect the streams if they ever disconnect. So I think we're all good. I think we're back. And yes, Karen, beef stew. Yep. Is indeed beefy stew. see, I think I'm going to use these flags below each mushroom, and then the flag is where I'm going to write the date. So these are from the apple kit. Everything else was just from the woodland kit, but now we're bringing in some of the apple colors. Yeah, and Jake does make a mean stew. He knows what he's doing. Yeah, I don't know what happened with the stream. Literally, my whole window closed. And normally I would just be done. I would have to like start a new stream. But I'm so glad recently I discovered how to reconnect. So it's not nearly as much of a disaster. Oh yeah, I want this to be my task list for the week. So Monday is going to start here. Tuesday. Wednesday. This is a collection from before I started making sure that alternating color weekly headers also worked for Sunday starters. So this is one of the ones where if you're a Sunday start, then you have to have a pink next to a pink. Echo said, as a pseudo-vegetarian, anytime someone makes something with beef, I'm like, how dare you make something I cannot eat? Like, I have no qualms with people eating beef, but I want some. You're like, the travesty is that you're not sharing, that I cannot also has. Okay. I'm going to scoot to this foxy header. Oh, come on now. I want to scoot it to the left side of the page. Come on, you bastard. There we go. So now let me write in the dates. And what are the dates here? What week are we on? This is October 27th through November 2nd. So because of that, I'll actually write in the dates with the month. So here we'll do October 27th. October 28th. October 29th. I just realized that this is Halloween week. I totally did not do a Halloween spread for it, but it's okay. I'll stick some sort of Halloween sticker on the 31st. Let me see if I know I have, oh, they're in that planner. I know I have a bunch of Halloween stickers. Let me see. Where is that planner at? Here it is. Let me see what I got in here. So what I might do is replace the mushroom with a pumpkin, but I'll cut out this F and stick it on top of a pumpkin instead. So there's my F. And I think I'll grab maybe this pastel jack-o'-lantern and then stick in the F. Perfect. And then I'll also grab one of my little ghosties here and stick him in over here. Cute. And actually, in that case, how about we use the ghosts to decorate the rest of the spread to tie in the Halloween? We'll use the orange ghosts and the pink ghosts because they perfectly match. Maybe I'll stick this guy instead over on this side. Then I'll have him say, Happy Halloween. Cute. And actually, let's see about maybe putting in some more of the pastel pumpkins in here. Working them in. Especially the like pink and orange ones. Those ones are perfect. I love how I was able to still turn this into a Halloween spread. I love that idea, Donna, that the one with the hard eyes is in love with the one that's singing. It's admiring. Cute. So cute. And then up here will be my header for the week. So I think that looks good as far as the Halloween aspects. Hi, Sandy. I'm just about to finish. Just got like a few minutes left. I'm just finishing up this weekly spread here. So this is going to be my weekly tasks. So I have this perfect orange tasks sticker from the Woodland kit. Or maybe I'll use the pink one to match the pink from the mushrooms. So let's stick that there. And then I'm just going to write weekly. Like that. And then we need our header at the top. So let me see if I maybe have October, November headers in here that I can use. Stickers, I mean. Some like smaller ones. Like these ones, Oct and Nov. And then what numbers do I need? I need the 27th and the 2nd. Let me see if I randomly have those numbers on some of these almost empty number sheets that I have in the stash. 27 and 2nd. No. 27 and 2nd. No. 27 and 2nd. I have a 22 and a 7. 27 and 2nd. No. I think these ones I can make work. So what I can do is I can cut out this 2 that I need. So there's my 2. And then the sloppy 2 I can combine with the 7 convincingly, I think. Let's see. There you go. 2 and 27. Combine those with this October and November, and I think we're solid. October and November. We need to scoot that over. So in that case, let's grab this pumpkin and I wanted to scoot it over, but it kind of ripped the header. So I won't scoot it over too much. October 27 through November 2nd. Lisa, the page of leaves, if you're talking about this one is the sheet is called Changing Leaves, and this is from the Fall Leaves collection. So there's the Fall Leaves monthly kit. And then this one is the Ferns and Fawns sheet, which is from the Woodland collection and the Woodland monthly kit. All right, and it is 7 o'clock, and I think that we are done. I have some various like leaf stickers sitting on the side of the table next to me. So I'm going to see about finding a home for those so that they don't just sit here homeless. Let me see if I can find some convincing spots for those. Maybe these leaves can go in the blank spots on this calendar. There we go. That ties into the changing leaves on the quote on the other side. So I think that's perfect. Like that. I also have these little flowers down here. I think those would work nicely on this spread. Maybe something like that and that. Perfect. And that's it. All right. Let's do a little flip through of my finished November bullet journal setup. We started with this completely extra, and what I ended up being a favorite cover spread. I really, really love how this ended up turning out. It has a very different vibe from the rest of the setup because we just went so extra with this. But man, I really, really had so much fun creating this cover spread and love the finished product. This was, of course, inspired by my October cover spread that I had so much fun with. And I had just as much fun with this one, if not even more, because this really was like a journey to get to this point. But I love all the finishing details. I really love how this ended up churning out. So I've got my November cover spread using watercolor, Posca paint pens, Tombow marker for the lettering, and a Crayola for the dark brown. Then I've got my very nice and simple November calendar spread. And now that I'm seeing the finished process or the finished product for all of these, I want to add in a couple more little details here and there because now I see how many stickers I have left and I see the kind of like blank spaces that I still have. So I'm going to put in some finishing details as I do this flip through. Like I feel like I can afford to stick some things inside of these little empty calendar squares. So maybe we do some of our different apple treats. So maybe we do like the apple cider in that one, a slice of pie in that one. And then maybe we just do some of these lone apple and apple slices in the other ones. Maybe go like this, and we can do some of the apple slices. And then here we can do a green apple. And oh, this is cute. This is like the cinnamon stick with the apple slice. Maybe we do that over here instead. Like that. And that's exactly right, Jordan. This is all because of the free apple pie sundae that I got this morning when I was getting my morning coffee. It's what inspired this Applicious setup. It's a sign from the universe that I needed to embrace apples as my theme. And then in this last one, maybe I do a whole pie. But maybe instead what I'll do is I'll put the apple cider in the middle and I'll balance it with pies on either end. Like that. And then I'll do the apple slice over here. And I'll do the full pie over on this side. So cute. I love that. Perfect. Let's see. I have some other little detail items. Like I have this little serving knife here and a fork. So I can put that on either side of my basket down here. Might as well use these stickers while I am using this theme. Put in all those little details. I like the fork next to that. Maybe I'll do a cinnamon stick on the other side. Yeah. And then I'll do the little knife. No, maybe not. There we go. I'll do or actually, maybe the knife should go like with these two apples in between them. Nope, too much. That's okay. I don't need to force the little serving utensil to work here. But I love that. Anything else I want to add here? Like maybe I want to add a couple apples onto my washi strip in between the leaves. No, I don't feel like that's needed. Maybe a couple apples on either side of this to-do header. I do like that. But I think I like it better without. Okay, there we go. There's my November calendar spread. I like those little extra details there. After that, we've got my monthly overview. This is basically a favorites page. I have a list for all the movies I watch, and then I have a spot to write down my favorite shows, books, music, and places from the month. Next to these is a perfect spot for me to put these little apples. I'm going to put a little apple next to each header. Just using excuses to use up more of the stickers in this collection. There we go. Very cute. Do I want to use any of these other stickers down here, like the mushrooms or any of the other woodland stickers? Maybe I use the mushrooms down at the bottom with these little plants. I have the plants and mushrooms up in the headers at the top, so it's a good pairing. So maybe I'll do the red mushroom over on this side and then have the plant come on top of the mushroom. And then I'll do the opposite over here. I'll do the pink mushroom on the outside and then the plant overlapping with that. Cute. Love it. And do I want to use any of these leaves up here for any reason? Nope. I think those headers are good as is. So there is my monthly overview and favorites and my daily review. This is a spot for me to write down one line about what happens each day throughout the month. And then after that, I have my monthly live stream schedule. This is where I'll write down all of the live streams that will be happening in November. My live stream schedule will be posted to my free Patreon tier once it's set. And then I also have my brain dump. Let's see, anything I can add to that brain dump header? Maybe some leaves on the left and right of the header up here. Yeah, that's cute. I like that. Very cute. All right. And then after that, I set up my next weekly spread. I love how this turned out with that very fall woodland theme, but then mixing in the pastel pumpkins and the cute pastel ghosts. It's like a perfect way to tie Halloween into this otherwise very like pastel fall woodland spread. So I think that's perfect. I really love how that came together. And that is it for my November setup. Very happy with this setup. Love the themes I ended up going with. I love the whole vibe of these spreads. It's very like cheery and happy going into November. Since there's a little bit of dread that comes with the year flying by so fast, it's nice to have some part of it make it exciting. And that's what my bullet journal setup I feel like does for me. It just makes it a little bit less scary going into a new month. It makes me feel a little bit more prepared, a little bit more ready, knowing that I get to use my new bullet journal spreads and they bring me a sense of like peace and calm going into the unknown of a new month. So I love how this turned out. I'm very excited to use these. We only have about 1 week left of October. Next Saturday is November 1st. So enjoy the final week. I hope you guys have a lovely Halloween if you celebrate. I'm excited to catch up throughout this next week and hear what you guys are up to. And I do have some Patreon live streams scheduled for this week. I have actually a lot of streams. I had to reschedule these streams from last week. So this week we have live streams on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So we will have 4 live streams back to back to back to back this coming week. Those are accessible over on Patreon. If you join the $10 tier, you'll have access to all 4 of those live streams. So I'll see you guys then. It's also not on the schedule yet, but I will most likely have a public live stream next Sunday. So I'll get to catch up with you guys and see how you spent your Halloween and how the start of November is for you. So thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for spending so much of your Saturday with me and watching me set up these spreads. I had such a blast hanging out with you guys as always. If you did like this live stream, don't forget to give the video a like, subscribe to my YouTube channel if you want to be notified every single time I go live publicly. Don't forget to join my Patreon for more live streams, printables, to vote on my new sticker collections, and a whole bunch more. You can join my Patreon for 100% free at the free tier, or join for as little as $1 a month for the paid rewards. Don't forget, too, that if you join my sticker subscription tiers anytime this month before the end of October, you will receive this month's new functional sticker collection, which I'm very excited about. A great way to get prepped and ready for 2026 planning. And there are 13 sticker sheets, a die cut sticker, and a postcard as a part of this collection. I'll be posting a full reveal of this collection to Patreon this coming week. So if you join for free, you'll be notified when the full reveal of the functional collection goes up. If you want to see what each tier is going to receive before you decide if you want to join the sticker subscription. And with that, everybody, have a wonderful rest of your night. Thank you so much for being here, and I will see you guys next time. Bye, everybody.